This is the PlayStation Portable. Back in the mid-2000s, it was the most powerful handheld, allowing for PlayStation 2-like graphics from its processor, and it could also play Sony PlayStation games from Sony's PlayStation Store, or even these days, downloading or even making your own e-boots for the PSP. This is why my PlayStation Portable has been modified. In 2022, however, PC handhelds really came into their own thanks to the Steam Deck. For just £349 today, this LCD Steam Deck could be yours. The question for me is, how do the two fare when they play PlayStation 1 games? Let's find out. First thing, the PlayStation Portable is playing PlayStation 1 games using its native processing unit, playing games all from eBoots, and the Steam Deck is using Duckstation via EmuDeck using the settings that you see on screen now. The Steam Deck can go even higher in resolution, but even a 2x resolution bump is enough on this 7-inch display. I decided to record the actual screens so you can really see the difference in person, and I even tested the audio too. When it comes to playing the PlayStation 1 on PlayStation Portable, the size difference hit me straight away. The PlayStation Portable is small by modern standards. It has a 4.3-inch screen supporting the 16:9 widescreen aspect ratio and uses the TFT LCD screen panel. Its resolution is 480 by 272 pixels, and the PlayStation Portable can use different scaling modes, although the original mode is the sharpest, using integer scaling, and the rest use a form of bilinear filtering. The games do look quite good here, although I can see ghosting in the image and the colour temperature is definitely on the cool side, being a shade of blue. The controls are nice with fantastic buttons and a great layout, and I felt comfortable holding the device. This is still a capable PlayStation 1 device despite lacking 2 analog sticks and back trigger buttons. The Steam Deck is massive by comparison. It has a 1280 by 800p screen, utilising the 16:10 aspect ratio. The screen size is a 7-inch display using the IPS LCD screen technology. It also comes with all of the buttons you would expect from an Xbox controller. It even has a touchscreen too. The games using Duckstation can be modified to how you please, but in this comparison, the 2x mode is a big jump up in quality. The screen quality is nicer with better colours, and with all the buttons available, every PlayStation 1 game can be played on the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck is not as portable as the PlayStation Portable, but the experience is more immersive and satisfying. Let's talk audio next. First, let's listen to the speakers, which both are on the front of each device and have stereo support. As you heard, the Steam Deck speakers are louder, have better clarity, and have a better stereo effect. The deck can also boost the volume even more thanks to this application in Decky Loader. Let's have a listen to the difference. Talking of audio, both devices have a headphone jack. Using my Beyerdynamic DT990 headphones, which have an output rating of 32 ohms, I listened to both devices back to back using the song Strange Sunset from Street Fighter EX Alpha. Unfortunately, there's no easy way for me to demonstrate how the audio devices sounded on my head using headphones. Here's how the devices sounded using this sound clip and then adjusted to what I believed it sounded like in the PSP and the Steam Deck. The PlayStation Portable was a lot better than I expected, but again, the Steam Deck was louder and clearer since it can drive the headphones with more available power. The volume boost helped even more, and I found 125% to be perfect for me. Getting into the price of the devices, the PlayStation Portable can be had for around £45 to £80, whereas a brand new Steam Deck LCD will cost you £350. I have seen Steam Decks that can cost less than that if you check websites such as eBay. Ultimately, yes, the Steam Deck plays PlayStation 1 games better than the PlayStation Portable, and it was a nicer experience in my opinion. There is something oddly special about the PlayStation Portable, and while inferior, I still love using it for playing PlayStation 1 games. Not to mention, it is still portable and a nice music player too. The Steam Deck is amazing and easily my favourite PC gaming handheld until the Steam Deck 2 comes out, whenever that is. You folks let me know, what do you think of the two systems and which would you take for playing PlayStation 1 games on the go? Until then, I will see you soon. When I posted my Duckstation vs real PlayStation hardware video not long ago, many of you really enjoyed it and I'm happy you liked my updated take on the emulator. However, many of you recommended I try out the downsampling function built into Duckstation. The idea was for games that had a mixture of 2D and 3D graphics, the toggle would allow 3D graphics to downsample from high resolutions while keeping the 2D elements intact. It sounded compelling, so I tested this feature for those who were asking me about it. For testing, I used Duckstation in software mode to simulate real PlayStation graphics, along with using the settings I used in the last Duckstation video to enhance the graphics. Then I toggled the downsampling feature to see what it can do for the games. I decided to use the box version over adaptive as we want to preserve the 2D graphics. Let's go! Straight away, Fear Effect 2 popped into my mind and someone else in the comments recommended me to try this game using downsampling. Using software mode first, you can see the 2D backgrounds, which are FMV backgrounds, are blurry even in native PlayStation output. My character sticks out even without any enhancements to the graphics. Quite interesting that the developers went down this route when pre-rendered backdrops might have looked better. I do suppose the moving backgrounds do enhance the feeling of being in a world which is alive and living. When we use the enhancements, the character model looks incredible. In fact, it is a carbon copy of how she appears in the cutscenes with fantastic details. All of the details really pop thanks to the Duckstation resolution boost to 4K and the perspective correction features adding a layer of polish not seen in software mode. Too bad the FMV backdrops look so blurred and our character really stands out now. Let's use downsampling and ooh, that is an interesting result. Now my character has been blurred, and this must be the 4K output of the 3D graphics now getting a downsample back to the 240p resolution, along with a slight blur to better blend the graphics into the 2D backdrops of this title. I think most of you will agree this now blends in better and helps get a cohesive look for the game. Let me know what you think. Resident Evil 2 was another game I wanted to try out, as it uses pre-rendered backdrops alongside 3D graphics. In software mode, the 3D graphics are better integrated into the game, as the 2D pre-rendered backgrounds do not stick out as much as they did in Fear Effect 2. Of course, if you look around, the backgrounds can still show compression artifacts, and even in software mode, the low resolution output does not hide this completely. Goes to show, some games handle the different assets better than others. When we enhance the game, the 3D models look amazing and very sharp. Too bad the 2D backgrounds suffer, and yet again, the two elements stick out like a sore thumb. This aspect will annoy those who want to enjoy the world the game offers, and having it blur only makes it distracting to those who maybe are not used to the game. When we use the downsampling feature, it does a similar effect to what was seen in Fear Effect 2. The 3D models are blurred and now fit in much better with the pre-rendered backgrounds. I love this ammo box here. With downsampling, I cannot tell which of them is the 3D model. Very impressive. For this game, I would pick the software mode as I like the sharper graphics, but you folks let me know your thoughts. Let's look at one more game, Colin McRae Rally 2. This is the PAL version of the game, so if the image looks different, this is why. Using software mode, the game is nice and sharp, just as it would be using RGB on a real PlayStation. I love this game and I would be happy to play it this way all the time. Bring in the enhancements and it completely changes the game. The graphics lack the trademark wobble the PlayStation is famous for, and the extra detail on show is fantastic to see. It all looks very clean somehow. While I enjoy the enhancements in this game, I still like the software mode. I think it is just me. As for downsampling, the results are very interesting. The game's 3D models are not as blurry compared to the other games, and I actually like the slightly softer look on show. The 2D HUD elements kept their 4K sharpness, and the slight blur also helped smooth over some of the flaws present in the game. I tried other games using all three modes, so check them out, and I will return with my conclusion at the end. I hope this video has given you an idea about how the downsampling feature works in Duckstation. For the titles that use a mixture of 2D and 3D graphics, this is a great way to have those games blend better together while still taking advantage of the enhancements Duckstation can offer to you. Although I wasn't keen on every result, this is something you can experiment with, and if you wanted, filters are optional via the post-processing tab in Duckstation. Maybe this will add something to the image, making downsampling a real game changer for those willing to take advantage of it. As for me, I'm mostly fine using the software mode as I love the look of the PlayStation's graphics and the sharpness it has. I did enjoy using the downsampling feature in Fear Effect 2, and it did look quite good in Colin McRae Rally 2, so maybe I should consider using it more. You folks let me know, what are your thoughts on downsampling PlayStation games in Duckstation? Tell me in the comments and I will see you soon. This is the Game Boy Advance. In fact, this is mine. In 2003, not long after my brother had his, I was allowed to have my very own, and damn, the memories with this device are unprecedented. I always remember playing Golden Sun, Sonic Adventure 3, Dragon Ball Z Supersonic Warriors, and especially the Pokemon games released for the system. Oh, and play Super Robot Tyson Original Generation 1 and 2. So good. At the same time, I was loving my PlayStation 2, and I noticed some games got ported from that system to the Game Boy Advance. Considering the difference in power and specifications, could the Game Boy Advance really do these home console games any justice? To find out, I played 7 games that saw release on the PlayStation 2 before heading down to the Game Boy Advance. I played both platforms using emulation, but I also made sure the visuals were true to what a real PlayStation 2 or Game Boy Advance looked like, having no enhancements whatsoever. Let's see what the Game Boy Advance can do when console games get ported to it. Guilty Gear X is first to be tested. This 2D fighting game is a port of the Dreamcast version released the year prior only in Japan. The PlayStation 2 version is a great port, although we do lose the 480p progressive scan support of the Dreamcast version. Otherwise, this game has fantastic graphics, brilliant gameplay with fluid controls, and one of the best soundtracks ever made for a fighting game. I truly recommend it if you don't have it already. In 2002, just over a year later, Guilty Gear X came to the Game Boy Advance. The game loses the FMV at the beginning, and the graphical downgrades are apparent with smaller sprite sizes and lower colour depth. However, the game is faithful to the console version and all of the moves are intact. The gameplay is still great, and I actually had a lot of fun playing this port. Arc System Works in this aspect did this port justice. The soundtrack, although composed the same as the PlayStation 2 version, is not amazing, although some songs sounded okay for the platform's limited sound chip. Overall, a pleasant surprise and recommended for your Game Boy Advance collection. Next up, Max Payne. This PlayStation 2 port was first on the personal computer. I feel while not as good as the personal computer version, this version is still a good time and the controls are workable enough. This third-person shooter has you play as Detective Max Payne, whose wife sadly dies and now he wants revenge. The gameplay is interesting. You can use bullet time to slow down the gameplay, allowing you to shoot and move faster. Not to mention, use this epic dodge and shoot mechanic to aid you in killing the bad guys who get in your way. I had a good time here, and it's not a bad way to experience this classic personal computer title. Just 1 year later, the game came to the Game Boy Advance in 2002. Amazingly enough, they managed to have digitized voices throughout the game, and they sound quite good. The game is now an isometric 3D shooter. It is faithful to the story and levels I experienced in the PlayStation 2 version, although the levels themselves are smaller. The camera is not great, it moves all over the place and I felt a little sick after a while. The movement controls are not the best and trying to shoot enemies takes time to get used to. Luckily, the bullet time made it in, although nowhere near as satisfying to use. This port is okay, but really I'd only use it if you are very desperate to get some max pain on the go back in the day. Next up, Spy Hunter. It was first released on the PlayStation 2 in 2001 and it was a reboot of the 1983 arcade original. Now a 3D driving game, Spy Hunter puts you in charge of the Interceptor, a high-tech vehicle that is equipped with weapons, turbo boosts and a mode to work on water, and you become a motorcycle when you become too badly damaged. Playing the game today, you can tell that this was an early PlayStation 2 effort as some of the gameplay is imprecise and a little bit janky, but I still had fun going through the levels and at least everything was clearly marked on screen. The controls are decent with good handling and I felt good running down these soldiers with my car. Yes, this game is 11+ by the way. The Game Boy Advance got a port a year later in 2002. Goodness me, how many games got ported to the Game Boy Advance in 2002? This game is, amazingly enough, a 3D driving game, just like the PlayStation 2 original. The missions are the same, although the layout is slightly different. I couldn't stop laughing when I saw how they decided to explain the mission objectives to you. Just sprites in place as the camera circles it. That is too funny. Sadly, the game is annoying to play. The turbo boost kept going off when I did not want it to, and when I did want it, the boost did not activate. Shooting enemies feels weak, the controls are too loose, and unlike the PlayStation 2 version, the objectives have no coloured orb around them. I was never sure what to shoot at until I took damage first. This port doesn't do it for me unfortunately. I did try a few more PlayStation 2 to Game Boy Advance ports, so check them out, and I will see you at the end.
out all surviving sniper enemies from the roof.
Feels like. Oh, that's dead bad.
That was fun to do, right folks? Of course, the ports from console to the Game Boy Advance were always going to give us mixed results. The power difference meant that developers either had to make a game completely differently to work with the Game Boy Advance's limited power, or they could be ambitious and try to recreate the console experience on the go. In this video, Guilty Gear X was my favourite game by far on the Game Boy Advance for managing to be fun and keeping the console experience intact. V-Rally 3 was also impressive, and I actually preferred it over the PlayStation 2 version. 007 Nightfire was a good shout, although I felt the gameplay was a bit basic and the frame rate less than ideal. Mind you, this was still an interesting port to experience. What do you folks think of the PlayStation 2 to Game Boy Advance ports featured in this video? Should I check out any more? Tell me in the comments, and I will see you soon. In the past, I've shown you how the PlayStation Portable fares against other systems in regards to its video quality and graphics compared to emulation or real hardware. What I haven't done is shown you how incredible the PlayStation Portable video output can be depending on the circumstances and the media it is used with. For today, I'm using the PlayStation Portable 2000 model known as the PlayStation Portable Slim and pairing it with the Sony official component PSP cables for the best video output quality. I'm using the OSSC to upscale the graphics. Let's begin. We shall begin with how PlayStation Portable games look when outputting them to a display. For this, we must use the 480p progressive scan mode nestled in the system settings and the 16:9 aspect ratio, as all PlayStation Portable games support this natively. If you are wondering, Interlaced mode does not work with PlayStation Portable software. For this, you'll need a PlayStation Portable 3000 or PlayStation Portable Go if you want to display PlayStation Portable games in 480i mode. PlayStation Portable games output in 480p and display in a small screen. I assume this is done to keep the picture relative to how it would look on the PlayStation Portable's display. This means you will have to zoom in the picture to full screen, as you see here. Although we may lose detail this way, many games actually look quite sharp and show off how well the PlayStation Portable can look when outputting to a display. One thing you can see is the dithering on screen, which is quite intense. PlayStation Portable games were known for using 16-bit colour, and sadly, this is the result. Another aspect of the PlayStation Portable output is the video playback in cutscenes. Janine Dark has very nice cutscenes with DVD-like quality, which is still impressive today. The Sinja Final Fantasy cutscenes look even better. I was blown away by the quality on screen. Blaze Blue, on the other hand, has clear compression artifacts during its FMV cutscenes, and then the video output of the game also seems suspect too. It's not as detailed as the other games, and there's no dithering at all on screen. Could this be a factor as to why it is underperforming in the video output test? Other games, such as Street Fighter Alpha 3 Max, have a screen size function to either use full screen or 4x3. Comparing the two, the 4x3 mode is sharper and is not stretched. After all, this game was originally made with 4x3 aspect ratios in mind. Stretching it to 16:9 does the PlayStation Portable video output no favours. People don't mention the video output of the PlayStation Portable when playing media, so how about we test using UMD movies? Using Spider-Man 2 as our test movie, going between 480p and 480i shown side by side, the results are pretty good. 480p is cleaner and more detailed, whereas 480i has clear aliasing and stair-stepping if you look closely. Otherwise, the PlayStation Portable video output is pretty good, and if you have the right setup, many of you will be happy with the results. I tried out a few more movies in 480p, so let's see if the quality is the same as Spider-Man 2. Let's tackle the last aspect for today's video, PlayStation games on PlayStation Portable. I will keep this brief as I've shown this against real PlayStation hardware in the past. When outputting PlayStation games from a PlayStation Portable, you can use both interlaced video and progressive scan video. Interlaced video allows for 240p or 288p and 480i or 576i video outputs. In other words, it matches exactly how a real PlayStation would output its video. This is great because it means the PlayStation Portable can mimic the PlayStation 1 video output and everything works as expected. The PlayStation Portable has to use bilinear filtering since the PlayStation Portable display does not scale completely to native PlayStation output, and the same is true when outputting video from PlayStation 1 games. Mind you, the results using 240p upscale to 1200p thanks to the OSSC still look very good, and I feel most of you would be happy to experience PlayStation games judging the image quality you see here. The PlayStation Portable had Composite and S-Video cables available, which should please those wanting to take advantage of CRT displays as well. Oh, and the 16:9 widescreen games also work as shown here with Jarrett and Labonte Stock Car Racing, also known as Tucker World Touring Cars in Europe. When we try progressive scan mode, aka 480p on these 240p or 288p games, sadly the result is a lot more blur and compromised video output. If you only have component analog inputs on your CRT or HD TV displays, this will work, but not as well as the interlaced mode. Progressive scan mode has one great use on the PlayStation video output. It is when a game takes advantage of the PlayStation's high-res mode, also known as 480i or 576i mode. Using Tekken 3 for testing, here it is using interlaced mode with the OSSC at line 4x. Now here's the PlayStation Portable using progressive scan mode at line 2x for the OSSC. The difference is stark, and I love using progressive scan mode for games like this. Dead or Alive also has similar results, as this title also uses the high-res mode of the PlayStation. The PlayStation Portable video output is very interesting, and when used correctly, the results can be very nice. Sadly, some games don't look as good as others for whatever reason, and PlayStation Portable games play natively in a small window when using its video output, meaning you must zoom in to full screen, reducing the image quality in the process. Both the PlayStation 1 output and UMD video output is more favourable for the PlayStation Portable, and to have 480p progressive scan used for the PlayStation high-res games is a game changer. I enjoyed this hack. You can get better image quality for PlayStation Portable games using a PlayStation TV with sharp scale or using the PPSSPP emulator, but I still like the quality of the PlayStation Portable video output, and well, the fact it works so well on nearly a 20-year-old handheld is simply magnificent. What do you folks think of the PlayStation Portable video output? Tell me in the comments, and I will see you soon. Many years ago, I looked at how PlayStation games fared when played on the PS3 and PS2. The results were very interesting, and using my power discs, the PS3 was sharper, although interlaced content suffered with no way to de-interlace it using the PlayStation 3. I wanted to make an updated video on the subject. To do this, the PlayStation 3 is using HDMI at 1080p video output, whereas the PlayStation 2 is using the OSSC with RGB SCART cables at line 4x or 960p mode. For interlaced content, the PS2 is using my pass-through mode, so my OBS recorder will de-interlace it using the Yardif 2x setting. The PlayStation 3 needs an HDMI splitter in order for the console to display on my capture card. Let's begin. We begin with Resident Evil 2. On PS3, this game is very sharp in 1080p, and while this spells bad news for the pre-rendered backgrounds, it still blends in well enough, and I enjoyed playing this on my PlayStation 3. Using the PS2 and the OSSC at line 4x, the game is still sharp, although slightly less so. This is apparent when the two are side by side. Mind you, the difference isn't earth-shattering, and the OSSC can use the line 5x mode, which takes the image up a notch. A good start for the PlayStation 3. Street Fighter Alpha 3 has the same tendencies as Resident Evil 2. The PS3 is sharper, and I did enjoy once again trying this game on the PlayStation 3. It looks good! So does the PlayStation 2 using the OSSC's Line 4X mode. Goes to show Sony did a great job with the PS1 emulation on PS3. Driver 2 was interesting. This game uses the PlayStation's high-res mode for the menus and 240p or 288p for the gameplay. The menus on PlayStation 3 were messed up, as you can see. Not so for the PlayStation 2. When you play the game, the PlayStation 3 nudges ahead with its sharper graphics, but the PlayStation 2 is not exactly a blurfest either. This shows the PS3 is great, but not perfect. Speaking of high-res PlayStation games, Tekken 3 is one of the best out there. Sadly, this is where the PlayStation 3 falls apart. See all the coming artifacts as characters move? This is what happens when interlaced video is not treated in some way. Nothing I tried fixed this, not even using interlaced video output of 576i, which is very odd, and I wonder why Sony never fixed this aspect of the PlayStation video output. On my PlayStation 2, I put the OSSC in pass-through mode for 576i output and de-interlaced it using OBS. It is not perfect, but considering the alternatives, this is a better showing. This means all high-res games on PlayStation will work better on the PlayStation 2, as you can control how the de-interlacing works, whereas the PS3 cannot do this. I bet there's a way to patch the PlayStation 3 and fix this problem for good. Tucker World Touring Cars, or JAD and Labonte Stock Car Racing in the United States, is a fantastic game and one which has 16:9 support. The game looks great on both platforms, and the widescreen mode also does nicely on the two systems. The PS3 is sharper as to be expected by now, but the PS2 is not far behind. I'll let the rest of the games I tried play out in a montage, and most importantly, listen to the sound output of the two platforms. Is there a difference? I'll see you at the end. There you go folks, an updated look at PlayStation games running on both a PlayStation 2 and a PlayStation 3. The PS3 was definitely sharper and it was a nice experience to see 1080p PS1 games, although the sound quality was a little bit different. The PS2 was as good as expected and had less image errors compared to the PlayStation 3. It also handled PlayStation high-res games like a champion. Despite some shortcomings, the PlayStation 3 is a great way to experience PlayStation games, and with some modding, it could be even better. What do you folks think of the results? Would you use a PlayStation 3 to play PlayStation games? Tell me in the comments, and I will see you soon. I use OBS for my recording needs, and I always output the resolution at 3200 by 2000p, which is a 16 by 10 aspect ratio, and I find it looks good on my MacBook screen. It also benefits retro games with their 4x3 or even 16:9 widescreen outputs. I wondered what would happen if I used the resolution of the PlayStation Vita to output my PlayStation 2 recordings with OBS. The PlayStation Vita, for reference, used a 960 by 540p screen for its display. With my monitor's resolution of 3456 by 2236p output used as the base output, I used both 2000p and 540p as the final video output. Not to mention, it is all captured at 100 megabits per second. One solution upscales the video, whereas the other downscales it. Which one is better for PlayStation 2 games? Let's find out. We begin with Gran Turismo 4. This is the game being output at 2000p, and it is a little bit pixelated, but fairly detailed for the output considering the limited video and the interlaced nature of the output. The 540p footage is very interesting. It is not as detailed as I expected, but the game is smoother to look at and it suits the PlayStation 2 look here since the pixelation is lessened. Looking at the two side by side, I'm feeling the 540p image is just a little bit nicer to look at. Just the smooth look is compelling to me. Let me know what you think of the results. Next up, Zone of the Enders. Again, this is the PAL version and there's no 60Hz support. Oh well. In 2000p, the output is a little bit pixelated, although I feel the results work better in this game. The detail is sufficient considering the low resolution of the game along with the deinterlacing happening at the same time. I still like how it looks overall. The 540p output is smoother and I also enjoyed the results here. The PlayStation Vita output is rather viable for those of you wanting to make PlayStation 2 games look a little bit smoother to compensate for the interlaced standard resolution most games used for the console. Next up, let's try 480p, and the game for this will be Black. Using 480p and having it lined double to 960p, the 2000p mode is very ideal for showing it off in all its glory, and it does so nicely. I love the detail on show, and having a decent progressive scan output elevates the experience. Don't write off 540p though. It is not as sharp as 2000p, but the look of it is smoother and reduces aliasing, which some of you will like. The image is still good here, and if this game was on the PlayStation Vita proper, I imagine many of you would love this look on that handheld. Even the dithering, which you can see as clear as day on the 2000p output, is smoothed over in the 540p output. I recorded a few more games for this video using both video outputs, so sit back and enjoy the show. I will see you at the end. This video was made for fun, along with seeing what could happen when I output PlayStation 2 games at wildly different video outputs using OBS. Some games benefited from the two different resolutions, although keep in mind I could smooth over the 2000p image and reduce some of the pixelated look many of the Interlaced games showed during recording. While the input resolution has a big impact on the final video quality, changing the output resolution in OBS did have some interesting outcomes that even I was not expecting. Pushing the resolution can sometimes have undesirable effects when trying to keep it sharp enough to work when upscaled to a new resolution. You folks let me know, what are your thoughts on the two different outputs used for this video? Tell me in the comments and I will see you soon. Over the years, I've tested the PPSSPP emulator against real PlayStation 2 hardware, and each time I do, the emulator gets better and better. These days, you only need modest hardware to use it successfully. Some time ago, I tried PPSSPP and sadly it has not resumed development. Good thing PPSSPP continues to be the gold standard of PlayStation 2 emulation, and it can be used on most platforms. Today, I will be testing it out again using the settings you see here. 4K resolution will be a must, and I'm using the Meta rendering mode since I'm using my MacBook for this test. For the PlayStation 2, I'm using the OSSC at pass-through mode for interlaced content with the deinterlacing handled by OBS. I also used 480p Line 2X for progressive scan games and the RGB SCART cable to see what this old beast can do. Oh, and all games, even the emulated ones, are the PAL versions to make sure both platforms are fairly matched. Let's do this. We start with Gran Turismo 4. This is one of my favourite games on the PlayStation 2, and I recently rediscovered my love for TVR, so I'm using the Tuscan on the classic Grand Valley short course. This PAL PlayStation 2 version lacks the NTSC's 480p or special 1080i video modes, but it still has widescreen and still looks the part in 576i mode. How does the emulator compare? Straight away, the high resolution makes everything so much clearer. The textures are easier to make out. In my eyes, the game has an early PlayStation 3 look to it now, albeit with a much smoother look thanks to the resolution increase. That being said, I did notice some missing special effects on emulation, especially when watching the replays back to back, which was very interesting. Overall, the improvement is clear to see. Valkyrie Profile 2 is a recent pickup for me, and it is fantastic so far. Despite lacking the 480p or 1080i output modes from the Japanese version, this is still a great looking PlayStation 2 title. It came out in 2006 or 2007, which is late for the platform. I love everything I see, and the world seems to be fully realised in this game. On PPSSPP, the graphics are even better. It makes up for the missing video modes in the PAL version, and all the little details are so much easier to discern. Unfortunately, the game using my emulation settings has performance problems. Some effects don't render correctly, and this part of the game has graphical artifacts, although it was still playing in a decent clip. Not the best showing on PPSSPP, but these flaws can be fixed or changed, and there's some potential here with this game. Let's try a 480p progressive scan game next, trying out Super Gem Fighter Mini Mix. This comes courtesy of Street Fighter Alpha Anthology. On real PlayStation 2 hardware, the game is a bit blurry, likely due to the mismatched internal resolution of the game and the video output, but it looks acceptable and is still fun to play. Yes, I checked the options and made sure all filters were turned off. PPSSPP thankfully restores the graphics, and now the game looks as sharp as it's supposed to be. The difference here is amazing, and it makes the game easier on the eyes. Again, the PlayStation 2 graphics are not bad, they just weren't scaled properly. If you want the best looking way to play this game on the PlayStation 2, I do suggest using emulation using hardware rendering modes. Another recent pickup for me has been the second Zone of the Enders game. This is a big improvement on the first one, featuring more fluid combat mechanics, better graphics despite being interlaced still, and a more interesting story. This hack and slash game is definitely one I want to continue playing. It is a lot of fun, and good music too. PPSSPP thankfully emulates the game well, and the 4K resolution works wonders for the graphics. Some elements are affected, such as the 2D HUD elements, and some graphical effects look a bit suspect, but on the whole, the graphics hold up in 4K. I played a lot more games for this video, so sit back and watch the rest in the upcoming montage, and also listen to the sound output of both platforms. Which one looks and sounds better to you? I will catch you at the end.
2 right, straight 100. And 6 left, 50. Long 4 left tightens. And 6 right, 30. 6 left into 6 right, 30. 6 left. And long 6 right tightens to 4. Into 3 left. And 6 right tightens to 4, 70. 4 left over crest, don't cut, and turn 3 right, don't cut. Tailgate!
Let's go! Time to finish you off! Ready, set, go! Take this!
Chase in progress. Units on non-essential calls directed to clear and stand by to assist. Suspect is in a red Volkswagen. I'm gonna pass to block him with a 1075. Hold on while I get in front of him. Dispatch, request 1073. Reroute cover if you have to. Dispatch, suspect's trying to run me off the road. Yeah, we got a unit, just went down. Charlie 23. Jake when you can. Having a hard time staying with him. Code 6 causing me a lot of problems.
You win. Round 2, fight. Fight.
PCSX2 really has come a long way since I first tried using it in 2016. Back then, it was a mess and you needed a supercomputer to get it working on a decent performance level. Today, in 2024, the Duckstation team has assisted in development, and it shows with how well PCSX2 performs on many different levels of hardware, along with games getting better compatibility as time goes on. Emulation is not perfect and there's still work to be done on the graphics and sound side of the software, but overall, PCSX2 is worth trying out if you want a quick way to get to grips with the PlayStation 2 library. What do you folks think of the results? Tell me in the comments, and I will see you soon. In the previous video, I looked at PlayStation 2 games that were ported over to the Game Boy Advance, and the resulting ports had some interesting results. Some defied expectations and others clearly had substandard results. How about Game Boy Advance spin-off games? Ones that had no console ports and were exclusive to the handheld? I picked a couple of games that interested me, and let's see if they were any good. We start with Zone of the Enders, Fist of Mars for the system. I never knew this game existed until now, and it was an early release for the Game Boy Advance. Unlike the PlayStation 2 games, this one is a turn-based strategy game, much in vain to the Super Robot Wars or Super Robot Tyson games, and let me tell you, this is a good thing because they are some of the greatest games in the genre. That means a super long and detailed story, good gameplay elements, and plenty to think about during battles. The graphics are pretty good and the artwork is nice on the eyes, although the combat sequences got a bit tiring after a while, as you either have to dodge the enemy or try to shoot them down during the first person sequences. I enjoyed the soundtrack to this game. It is much better than it has any right to be, and there's a decent amount of songs on offer. Worth a look, I think. Dragon Ball Z Supersonic Warriors for the system is amazing. I used to call it Budokai on the go, and this 2D fighting game is a real gem. You have a story mode that follows the event up to the Buu Saga, other what if story modes that are fun to try out, and a decent cast of characters to use. You have a couple of special attacks, Energy Blast along with light and strong attacks. Charging, powering up, grabs, teleport attacks, and even knocking your foes through walls and buildings is possible. The controls are simple yet effective. The soundscapes, music, and even voiced lines are clear and pack a punch. Oh, and the fighting action is engrossing from start to finish. There's even a ton of extra modes to engage in. This really is quite a game. Tekken makes an appearance on the Game Boy Advance, courtesy of Tekken Advance. This is a mashup of Tekken 3 and Tekken Tag Tournament. Luckily, despite the limitations of the Game Boy Advance, this game was built from the ground up and it shows. The controls are simplified but are very responsive, just as you'd expect from a game made after Tekken 3. The moves are easy to pull off and the most expected moves are retained. The animations are very good here and the action is fast paced and relentless. I was even impressed with the tag team mode. Graphically, the game is decent but not spectacular, and the soundscape is a bit underwhelming. The punches and kicks sound fine, but the music is just mess city. It's just there and it fails to inspire anything. Back then, this was a good attempt to get the series on the go, but Tekken 6 on the PSP or the PC port of Tekken 7 or 8 using a PC handheld easily beat this humble game in 2024. This is now nothing more than a curiosity. I played a few more titles for this video, so sit back and enjoy the montage. Hopefully we will see some more gems, right? Well, there we are. Just a few games for the Game Boy Advance which were spin-offs from the main series of games usually made for more powerful platforms. All were interesting to try out and all had a kind of charm you'd expect for the system. Some are still worth playing today, whereas others have been superseded by newer games on more powerful hardware. This makes me want to see how Game Boy Advance games fare compared to the 6th generation of games made for the consoles of the time and even the Sony PlayStation. You let me know, what were your thoughts on the games in this video? What other games should I try? Tell me in the comments and I will see you soon. The PlayStation 2 is my favourite video game console ever. The games, the history, my experience and the support it still has today make it a compelling option even in 2024. I've had a PlayStation 2 in some form since 2002. In that time I've played games that blew me away with their graphical fidelity and in truth still do. Today I want to bring you some games I feel still look the part despite their age, and this part is a big deal. The games in question will only be using interlaced video. Everyone knows that interlaced video is annoying to deal with. Even so, games can still look good despite the limitations of the 576i or 480i video output. Some games featured in this video will allow for 480p or even 1080i using the NTSC versions, but I believe they still look the part regardless. Let's begin. Gran Turismo 4 is the perfect game to start with. I know the NTSC copies of the game have 480p and the special 1080i video mode, but even with this PAL version with only 576i, it looks spectacular. Look at the cars. In the menu screens, looking through the car dealerships to see these works of art is a fantastic sight. I don't know about you, but if I went to a real life showroom and it was presented like this, I'd be a lot more interested. The menus themselves also look great, are well presented and have a nice modern look to them. Drive a car in the game and the detail continues. Car detailing, texture work and even the trackside details shine through. Depth of field effects, lighting, motion blur are all par for the course and the frame rate is high with great performance. Even the replay mode looks fantastic. Gran Turismo 4 is quite possibly the best looking racing game the system has to offer. Silent Hill 2 is an early PlayStation 2 game and it looks fantastic. The cutscenes look wonderful and are of high quality. I always look forward to seeing them. The game's actual graphics are sharp, featuring good textures, the famous fog effects which blanket the town and pretty good animation work, even if the controls are not the best. As a graphical feast, Silent Hill 2 delivers. The only point I'm not sure on is the static filter, which looks like a heavy film grain effect. I don't mind it, but others will not like it. Overall, this is a great looking PlayStation 2 game which is still worth checking out. If you want an even better looking game in the series, you must check out Silent Hill 3. Here's a game I hadn't played until now, Champions Return to Arms. Truth be told, I'm not the biggest fan of RPG games, but this one had a lot of different character classes to choose from and the models used are looking good here. I was impressed. When you play the game properly, the game camera stretches out and you can see the nice pre-rendered backgrounds which blend well with the 3D assets. Goes to show pre-rendered backgrounds can look good. There's decent lighting effects on show, and the lip syncing on the NPCs are nice too. Not a bad effort here. Also have to note that the texture models are pretty solid as well. Not the highest quality you'll ever see, but pretty good for the PlayStation 2. 2. SSX on Tour is a fun snowboarding game and it was released in 2005. SSX3 is the better looking game since it had 480p progressive scan support, but SSX on Tour really has an interesting style that I like. The menus feature a lot of this drawing style, which I believe you would see a lot in the form of sketchbooks from art students at school. The creative nature of this art style stands out and makes navigating an enjoyable feature of the game. For crying out loud, they're not even the highest quality sketchbook artwork I've ever seen, and yet it still has a charm that I just cannot resist. As for the in-game graphics, the character models are nicely detailed, the trackside texture work is definitely on the high side, and the scale of the tracks is very impressive, featuring big jumps, mountains in the distance, and other riders who race alongside you. Add in some nice special effects here and there, and the graphical package of this title is worth checking out. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 is yet another early PlayStation 2 game and one which I wanted for a long time. I got it in 2006 finally, and although the graphics here are not the crowning jewel of the system, it still looks the part. Yes, the character details do leave a little bit to be desired, but at least it is clear and the animation quality is still sublime. I cannot believe the developers achieved all of this on their first attempt on what would have been the freshest 6th generation console. The world detail is more impressive, with lots of nice touches strewn around the levels, and some of them, like the airport stage, are rather large. Not to mention, no slowdown whatsoever. Just wanted to add that. The final game I'll speak about in detail is Need for Speed Most Wanted. I know, this does not look as good as the Xbox, Xbox 360 or PC versions, and yes, the frame rate is a bit all over the place, but the graphics are nice, the special effects are top notch, and everything has a stylistic effect which makes Most Wanted stand out. Maybe it is not Gran Turismo 4 standard, but this game has a lot more going on during gameplay, especially the open world aspect, and once you factor in other elements such as police chases, the PlayStation 2 version is still graphically impressive. I recorded footage for other games I felt looked impressive for the PlayStation 2 despite using interlaced video output only. Enjoy the montage and I will see you at the end.
stand him back up again. Okay, kid. Knock him out. He was helpful. You know the basics now. Let's see you use them. Okay, tough guy, your turn. Attack the kid. So, kid.
I need your wheels now. Ready, set, go! Take this! Take
You win!
6 right, keep in. 50 crest and long 5 right and 4 left. Into 6 right, 33 right. Into crest and long 4 left, opens. Into K, 6 right over jump, tightens to 4, into 6 left. 6 left over jump, 50.
Well, there we are. The video's conclusion, and I do feel the games I showed off today have great graphics despite lacking a progressive scan mode. Many people want PlayStation 2 games to look incredible on their displays. PlayStation 2 games sadly were not blessed with 480p very often, and even though you can force 480p or 576p for power games using Freemap Boot, this doesn't always solve the problem. Emulation is another way to get PlayStation 2 games looking good if you want to upscale the graphics, although, again, the solution is not perfect. I say we must try to accept the interlaced nature of the 6th generation of games and instead focus on the gameplay. After all, television standards were a lot different in the good old days, right? You folks let me know, what are your thoughts on the games shown today? What other games could feature on this list? Tell me in the comments and I will see you soon. The PlayStation 2 is my favourite console of all time. The games, the graphics, my beloved gaming memories all came from this magnificent creation. There's no doubt about it, the PlayStation 2 was Sony's masterpiece. For years, using real hardware was the only way to experience the console because even when emulation did get introduced for it, the results were less than ideal. Things have changed, and now, thanks to version 2 of PPSSPP, the PlayStation 2 emulator is now easily able to run on a lot of modern devices. This got me thinking, how does PPSSPP fare on the Steam Deck? After all, this LCD version is the most popular PC handheld of the moment, and it has modest specifications. If it works here, it'll work anywhere. Here are the settings I used for PPSSPP. The focus was on getting the games to work and not so much enhancing them, so native rendering resolution was used. I tested NTSC, PAL, NTSC-J aka Japanese games, and 480p games along with games using the 16:9 widescreen support. I also want to note the version of the emulator used, which was version 2.1.18. Now, let's begin. Yes, it's Valkyrie Profile 2. I wanted to start with this title because many of you pointed out in my last PPSSPP video, the emulator and the game in question both saw improvements using version 2. Oh, and it has widescreen support. Here, I can tell you that everything you guys told me is true. The areas which saw graphical artifacts are now gone. I also feel the game is running smoother most of the time. This section, however, when you first assume control, still has frame drops though. It could mean trouble or issues going forward during later sections of the game, but overall the title is now in a much better state. You guys were right. Here is Melty Blood Actress again. This is a 2D fighting game and it was only released in Japan. I must admit, I like this title. The graphics are interesting, but the gameplay is sharp, punchy and very combo driven. The controls are simple to learn and you'll be bashing away at your opponent in no time flat. Not to mention, decent music as well. Ecole, eh? Wait, didn't they make... Yes they did. The worst SEGA Saturn game ever. They sure came a long way from that piece of shit. Next up, Black. Using 480p and 16:9 widescreen, this game looks fantastic on PPSSPP and it finally works using hardware rendering. In turn, it also looks great on the Steam Deck's built-in screen. Yes, this epic first-person shooter is worth experiencing at all costs. I love this game. The action, soundscape, big levels, and the chaos it provides is a good way to relieve stress. The 1980s approach to the action pays dividends because, well, it is just fun. Dumb fun? Sure, but fun all the same. You have to experience this, and now you can on PPSSPP. Soul Calibur 3 is next. 16:9 widescreen is here, and because this is the NTSC version, we also get 480p support. Soul Calibur 3 was a game which never worked on PPSSPP for a long time. Now, it is pretty much flawless. The game was performing well on Steam Deck, and I love how sharp it looks despite no resolution upscaling being used. Great game, and playing it on the go with little problems is a dream come true. The second Zone of the Enders game is worthwhile, and on the Steam Deck using PPSSPP, it works very well. There's hardly any emulation slowdown, it controls well, and it plays fantastically on the Steam Deck. This NTSC version feels great to play, although the game did slow down sometimes, albeit not the emulator, which is the most important thing. This game could perhaps benefit from the EE cycle rate overclock. Maybe 180% will do. Please try out this fun hack and slash game. Gran Turismo 4 is back, and yes, it is the PAL version again. If I make a video about how much we can upscale the PlayStation 2 graphics on the Steam Deck, I promise to use the NTSC version, okay? Anyway, for the most part, Gran Turismo 4 runs very well on the Steam Deck. Most of the courses I tried had no significant problems. But the George V Paris track was not happy, and it never ran at full speed on the Steam Deck. I'm sure this can be fixed, possibly using the underclocking feature or the software rendering mode, but otherwise Gran Turismo 4 works pretty well. It's definitely playable for sure. Flatout 2 is a great game. I had to test it on the emulator, although I'll admit the Steam Deck can run the PC version, which is better in every way. Despite this, the emulator runs Flatout 2 perfectly. I had no problems whatsoever. I know full well I could upscale this game further, possibly up to 1080p. I always remember loving this game because it was the game Destruction Derby Arenas should have been. I also cannot deny that smashing up cars is a joy to me. Unprecedented destruction captured on the PlayStation 2. I tested a lot more games for this video, so sit back and enjoy the montage coming up. As for me, well, I'll see you all at the end.
1075. Hold on while I get in front of him. Dispatch, request 1073. Reroute cover if you have to. Just sideswipe my crews here. We gotta take this guy out.
days were the heroin.
Get ready, fight!
You can't defeat me.
溶けちゃいそうな気分なの
There you go folks, an extensive look at PCSX2 on the Steam Deck. Although I did not increase the render resolution in this video, you saw plenty of games that worked near darn flawlessly on the device, making it one of the best ways to experience PlayStation 2 games on the go. I always wanted a PlayStation 2 portable console, and although the PSP was definitely able to be home to some PlayStation 2 ports, the Steam Deck makes the real deal finally a reality without costing an arm and a leg. Many devices and computers out there can play PlayStation 2 games using PCSX2, and I'm glad many of you are now very interested in the emulator. It truly is a joy to use, and thanks to the retro community, many games now work and continue to see improvements after each new update. You folks let me know, what are your thoughts of PCSX2 running on the Steam Deck? Should I try to push the emulator further and try out other enhancements? Tell me in the comments, and I will see you soon. The SEGA Saturn. I haven't said those words for a while. I loved my SEGA Saturn. I bought the PAL version in 2019, and until 2023 I amassed 80 physical games for it. I managed to get the Japanese console in my final year of owning the Saturn, and I even acquired the Satiator, a device which plugs into the slot where a video CD card would be inserted. It gave me the ability to load ROMs from an SD card slot, simply incredible. Unfortunately, I was forced to give it up to raise money, and I still regret that decision even today. With this, I bought this retro-bit wireless Sega Saturn controller to recapture the magic, and I'm itching to play some games. In this video, I'll talk about the controller, how well it has served me along with any issues or problems I encountered during my time using it. Let's begin. Here's the controller in question, and I have to say, I love this colour scheme. Its design cues are taken from the Japanese version, and the transparent look stands out. I'm not normally a fan of transparent devices, but I'll make an exception here. Holding the controller feels great. My hands cup the sides as well as a legitimate Sega Saturn controller, and pressing any of the face buttons gives an air of quality to the experience. No wonder this controller is endorsed by Sega proper. The D-pad is very good too. I love the dome shape, and it feels both accurate and soft to the touch. Unlike some D-pads, this one makes you want to play 2D games or fighting games more than most first-party controllers. You also have L and R trigger buttons with start, select, and even a home button to round off the features. This is a wireless controller, but for today's video I went in using the wired connection. I always prefer this method where possible. Using the OpenEMU emulator on my MacBook Pro, I played a few Sega Saturn games to really put this device through its paces. I started with Stellar Assault SS. This game never saw release outside Japan, although thankfully this English patch version has both English text and voices too. This game is a lot of fun. I call it Ace Combat, but in space. The experience is easy to control, with this pad being a joy to use here. I never once felt handicapped, so I could focus on blasting my enemies and rocks. Yes, blasting rocks never felt so good. I had to try Street Fighter Alpha 3. I adore the creation Capcom came up with, and to me it is one of the best fighting games of all time. The controller worked as well as I expected. I'm not great at this title, but the moves I did know I pulled off without much trouble. This was so much fun to play, and the experience was enhanced by this controller. Compared to the DualSense controller I was using before, the SEGA Saturn controller made all the difference, and it made the game much more bearable to play. Astra Superstars was also fun to play. This 2D fighting game is extraordinary. Taking place in the air, the game really pushes you to the limit. Good thing this controller copes well with the gameplay. I really had a blast playing this title. Everything flowed so nicely and I did not struggle to get my special attacks going. Definitely worth playing, by the way. I also gave the second Gun Griffin game a shot, and wow, this is a much better game than the first, and that was also a good game in its own right. The control is sharper and much more usable, and the button layout makes more sense this time. I was in mech heaven, and the driving beat of the improved soundtrack elevated the action. I'm really glad I played this title. I played quite a few games to test this controller, so I'll let the rest play out in a quick montage, and then I'll give you some final thoughts on the wireless controller. So far, this has been a pretty glowing impression, and I'm sure all of you now expect me to say I wholeheartedly recommend you get one for yourself. I do, but that doesn't mean my experience was trouble-free. On my MacBook at least, I never got the Bluetooth to fully work. It connected, but the laptop never picked up any inputs. I got the controller to work when wired, as it was seen as a Nintendo Switch Pro controller. Even here, each time I played a new game on emulation, the controller would not stay connected. I had to unplug it and replug it before it started working again. This happened every time, and let me tell you, this got frustrating pretty quickly. Please note, I haven't tried this controller on other devices I currently own, such as my desktop PC running Windows 10, my Samsung S23 Ultra, or the Steam Deck. The MacBook might be the only device where problems occur. The thing is, the device is great, and when it works beautifully. The issues I have with it make me hesitate to recommend it, since I feel others could have the same problems I mentioned. The box does mention it is Mac compatible after all. I wonder if my issues stem from the idea that my MacBook is the M1 ARM version and not, say, an Intel powered one. Who knows? You folks let me know, would you get this controller for your setup? Tell me in the comments, and I will see you soon. Back in 2021, I made a video talking exclusively about Sony's official RGB SCART cable. I showed how it fared on the PlayStation, PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 3. While I enjoyed making the video, I always felt I could have done more with it. This is what brought me to remake the video for 2024. Not only will we see how the cable fares for the three Sony systems, we will also check out multimedia performance, the GS mode selector for the PlayStation 2, and a discovery which changes my opinion on how the cable fares for the PlayStation 3. For this video, the OSSC was used for all three systems, and I used a mixture of line 5X, line 4X, line 2X and pass-through mode. I'll put what mode was used and the resolution for each game and media in the bottom of the screen. Let's see how incredible this cable is. You might be surprised with the results. The Sony PlayStation is where this cable first made its debut. The PlayStation could use RF, Composite, S-Video or RGB SCART cables to display a picture and sound on a television. RGB SCART was the premium cable, and as you can imagine was not the standard cable everyone first used. In fact, many consumer CRT TVs did not even come equipped with a SCART connector until later in the 2000s. Many of us would not experience the best the PlayStation could offer until many years later. As for the output resolutions, the PlayStation has many, but the gist of it would be a form of 240p or 288p and 480i or 576i, aka the high-res mode. Most PlayStation games will output in 240p or 288p, and the cable does a great job displaying the graphics. It is sharp, colourful and crystal clear when viewed correctly. You may notice these odd patterns on the screen. This is dithering, used because the console has trouble using 32-bit colour on 3D graphics, and dithering allowed for smoother colour gradients without lowering graphical fidelity. Because all of us used Composite, this effect was very hard to see since it blended with the graphics, but RGB and S-Video bring it forward into your face. Some people will not like this effect, but I'll happily put up with dithering for a much sharper picture. And yes, CRTs did support RGB on more modern or expensive sets. If you want to use this to display PlayStation games instead of an LCD display, you might lose your sense of reality. The high-res 480i or 576i mode also looks great on the PlayStation. When interlaced properly or used on a CRT display, the graphics are pretty impressive for a console dating back to 1994. The console even has widescreen support. The quality of the widescreen will vary from game to game, but on the whole the feature is impressive considering most people only had 4x3 screens. It's nice developers went the extra mile for us, especially now that 16:9 widescreen displays are now, well, everywhere. As you can see on this manual, the cable is supposed to have incredible stereo sound. I'll let you listen to the sound quality of the cable with the gameplay included, and then we shall jump over to Sony's next console.
Target down!
The PlayStation 2 was a huge step forward for Sony, and luckily for consumers, the same cable works on this console. That's right, no need to change the cable, pretty cool. However, the PlayStation 2 is a bit different in how it outputs video, and because of this, PlayStation 2 specific cables have no capacitors inside them. This Sony official cable does, since it was made with the PlayStation in mind. Luckily, I've tested this cable against others and found the video output quality differences are pretty minor. You can see more of a difference at 1080i resolution, but since most users will not use 1080i, there's nothing to worry about. The PlayStation 2 would see a new cable type, component, added to the list of supported cable types, hence why in system configuration you can choose between RGB and component. If you choose the wrong one, the picture will go green or simply fail to display anything, so be careful. The PlayStation 2 output is now usually at 480i or 576i, and this means the games need the interlacing. Sadly, PlayStation 2 graphics suffer since this means a lot of aliasing is present in a lot of games. Many people trying to return to the console are now noticing this flaw and are not happy to see this. Composite cables on a CRT television help to give the PlayStation 2 a smoother look, but again, I'll happily trade smoothness for a sharp picture. The PlayStation 2 does support 480p progressive scan in certain games for a much sharper picture. You'll need a display, monitor, or an upscaler like my OSSC to support RGSB or sync on green in order for it to work, otherwise you'll get a black screen. 480p really enhances the video quality, especially when line double to 960p thanks to the OSSC. Widescreen is more widely supported this time, although not every game will come with it unfortunately. Oh well, nothing wrong with 4x3. Also, PlayStation games are backward compatible on the PlayStation 2 and they display the same as if they were played on the original console. There's two new features to try and enhance PlayStation games, the disc speedup feature and this texture mapping mode. Here's how it looks when you use it in smooth mode. What do you folks think of it? I'll let the games play out along with the sound quality before moving on to more PlayStation 2 features such as DVD playback quality and the GS mode selector via FreeMcBoot.
Into long 6 right, 50. Crest and 3 right. 34 left over crest and 3 left over crest. Into long 4 right, tightens to 3. 30 long.
You lose. Round 2. Fight.
Pick the Castro for us. This is Swordsman. On my way. That's our ship. Negative. This is AWACS Thunderhead. Swordsman, remain in the eastern sector. Protect our territory and continue battle. But that's my carrier. Wardog, provide cover for the Kestrel. Damn it, you pig-headed! All right. I'm counting on you. Don't lose our ship.
Range to Bay exit, 3 miles.
Wardog, this is Thunderhead.
excites me.
You win. I will follow the wind, wherever it may go.
The PlayStation 2 had DVD support, so let's see how RGB displays it. Many people feel the PlayStation 2 is not a great DVD player, and while I agree it is not the greatest, it is better than most realise. I had a strange issue where the DVD displayed a green picture. The settings for 576i were correct, so what was up? For some reason on my OSSC, I had to change the AV settings to AV1, Y, PB, PR. Basically component settings before the picture displayed the correct colours. Odd. Once sorted, this was the result. You folks let me know if this is a good result or not. on to Free McBoot. This soft mod lives on my memory card, and the GS mode selector allows you to change the video output of the PlayStation 2. Not happy with a game running at 480i or 576i? Change it to 480p, 576p, 720p or 1080i. These are some of the games I tried, along with some before and after shots included, so that you can judge for yourself if this is something you want to explore. There's even standard PAL and NTSC modes included. These are meant to sharpen or improve games which only work with interlaced video outputs. I tried Gran Turismo 3 to see if anything changes. What do you think? On to the PlayStation 3 now, and it is very, very interesting, and I actually discovered something which took me by complete surprise. Let's first talk about the normal operation of the PlayStation 3 when using the RGB SCART cable. When using SCART mode, you are limited to 576i or 576p on the PlayStation 3, or I assume I am, as my PlayStation 3 is the PAL version. I'm certain the NTSC version would instead say 480i or 480p. This is a strange limitation, as the PlayStation 2 showed that the cable could support up to 1080i output at 60Hz. As it is, the PlayStation 3 will need RGSB once again to display 576p, otherwise you will be stuck with 576i and will need to de-interlace the picture. The games look okay for what you get, and back in the early PlayStation 3 life cycle, this was still an improvement over the PlayStation 2 since the games benefited from the console's more powerful architecture. The main problem is the frame rate. 25 frames per second or 50 frames per second for faster games was suboptimal at this point, and many games, unlike the previous generations, were built to run with the NTSC mode, so this limitation affects gameplay, which is not ideal. At this point, all of you will say, well, just use HDMI since it is so easy, although I must warn those doing so that if you want to capture PlayStation 3 with HDMI, you'll need a splitter like this one, as the PlayStation 3 has HDMI protection built in. All AV cables do not have this problem. At this point, I would have ended the video right now and told you that this is exactly what you'd be getting when using the SCART cable on the PlayStation, PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 3. There's more to the story though, and this is where my opinion of RGB for the PlayStation 3 changes. You see, I was determined to find a way to display NTSC or higher resolutions, as I know the cable is capable of doing so. After searching the internet, I concluded that I needed to mod my PlayStation 3 to make this possible. I wondered if there was another way to do it without modding. I then remembered the DVD playback on PlayStation 2 needed me to switch the OSSC to YPB PR mode to work correctly. I figured this might be the answer I was looking for. With this in mind, I kept the SCART cable in the PlayStation 3, but on the console's display menu, I switched from SCART to Component and enabled 720p and 1080i, and it worked. On the OSSC, I put it on AV1 YPB PR aka Component mode, and look, There's a picture on screen and it looks glorious. I was so surprised by this, I had to take a video on my phone showing this off. Yes, you are seeing this correctly. There's a SCART cable in the PlayStation 3 and it is in component mode and works. How is this possible? I don't think this would work without a display or upscaler that can support switching modes like this, but since I don't have a television with SCART included, I can't offer much more insight on how this works or if it can work in another way without the upscaler. I must say, the results now mean that the RGB SCART cable works in NTSC mode and the games play at 30 frames per second or 60 frames per second on the PlayStation 3. And yes, the console is not modded. There are no mods whatsoever, no soft mods, no hard mods, nothing. Ironically enough, 1080p does actually work and display with RGB SCART, but the picture looks messy. You can see on the splash screen it's got this double halo ghosting look to it. I don't know if this is because of my OSSC or just that the cable was not made with 1080p in mind, but this is pretty insane. Before I forget, PlayStation games are backwards compatible on all PlayStation 3s and using 1080i, the games look quite sharp. Compared to the PlayStation 2 using Line 4X mode, RGB on PlayStation 3 is slightly sharper, although interlaced games do not get the interlaced, which is not great for games like Tekken 3. With that, here's a montage of the games in 720p or 1080i, the sound quality of the games, along with DVD playback, PlayStation on PlayStation 3 versus PlayStation 2, and even Blu-ray playback when using RGB SCART.
40, jump, 40, left 5, and jump, 40, left 4, 40, right 2, 40, left 4 into right 3, 80, right 4, left 3, and right 5, left 3, right 3, 40, left 6, 40, right 6.
The PlayStation 3 discovery made me think, does this same trick work on the PlayStation 2? After all, I can switch between component and RGB SCART. Not wanting to leave any stone unturned, I decided to try it. Once again, I filmed a video showing the results. Yes, you can use RGB SCART in component mode, the same as the PlayStation 3. The main advantage of this is that on the OSSC, I no longer need to switch to RGSB when enabling progressive scan mode, and DVD playback is in colour every single time. Going from standard resolution to progressive scan or 1080i is much easier too. Just all round an improvement for me and my setup. I love making discoveries like this when messing around with video output settings. Amazing what you can find out when you're just a little bit curious. Well, this was very unexpected. Not only did I discover a few new aspects of video output from the PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 3, but we basically showed that Sony's RGB SCART cable was fantastic for all three systems. I can't think of any consoles which used the same video cable and could be used both in low and high resolution gaming along with being used from one console to the next. Imagine if you had this cable from 1995. You'd be using it for nearly 20 years before Sony finally omitted the AV cable from the PlayStation 4. What's really ironic is that the cable could have been still used if Sony had kept the AV port on the PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5, since both consoles still have 720p and 1080i on their video settings. Oh well, at least you now have a comprehensive video on this remarkable cable, and I hope you can understand why I love it so much. You folks let me know, what are your thoughts on the cable? Did any aspect of this video catch you by surprise? Tell me in the comments, and I will see you soon. I love the PlayStation and its games. Not only did I grow up playing the console, I just love the graphics with their low 240p or 288p output. It still looks good when played under the right circumstances, and using my OSSC upscaler for 4 years now, I'm still in awe of how well the games have stood the test of time. Well, some of them. For today's episode, I wanted to explore texture filtering when playing PlayStation games on the PlayStation 2. To use it, hit triangle at the PlayStation 2 BIOS screen and hit triangle again over the PlayStation driver tab, and there it is. Personally, I never use this feature, but if you wanted to try it, how would it affect the graphics? Is there any benefit when turning it on? I played a number of games to find out. Let's see what happened. We start with Gran Turismo 2. One of my all-time favourite games is here, and this is how it looks when unfiltered. Nice and sharp with excellent graphical fidelity on show. When we turn on texture smoothing, you can see a few changes. The ground looks smoother with a blurry look to it, the car looks less pixelated, and the whole look has a less sharp edge to it. It doesn't look too bad, and it still has enough definition to be considered sharp. Sadly, when you look at the sky, the texture filtering has broken the graphics. Certainly an odd quirk that I did not expect to see when using texture smoothing. Destruction Derby is next. Looking at the two modes side by side, I actually found myself liking the smoother look. It is tastefully done in this title, and unlike Gran Turismo 2, I did not see any problems using it during gameplay. Goes to show a feature can be useful when it is used properly. I will say, during the car selection mode, the text was a bit messy using the smoothing mode, but overall, I can actually recommend trying it out here. Resident Evil 2 was next. I wanted to test this title because the pre-rendered backdrops might better mesh together with the 3D graphics when smoothed out. I did find it hard to spot the differences, although the side-by-side should help. I found the game a bit less pixelated with smoothing on, certainly handy for making the graphics blend better with the backdrops, although I personally prefer it off. I love the sharper look of these older titles. Another one of my favourite games is Taco World Touring Cars, also known as Jarrett and Labonte Stock Car Racing. This game shows quite a big difference between the two modes. The smoothing is substantial, perhaps the most used so far. There's some slight glitches with the graphics in the HUD elements, but it is mostly a decent look to the game. I much prefer the unfiltered look, but you folks let me know if you feel differently about this. Time to see a high-res game in action, and I'm using Kenzie, Scared Fist. The smoothing seems to do more with the background graphics than the characters, although they also see some of the features applied to them. I much prefer the unfiltered look, but I do feel the smoothing of the characters is tastefully done as it is not overblown. What do you folks think? I tested several more games using the texture filtering setting. We will use a montage to see how they fare, and I will see you at the end. There you have it, the PlayStation 2's texture filtering function tested, and for me, I'll leave it off I think. While I can see some games benefiting from it, especially games with 2D backdrops or the high-res mode active, in my opinion, too many games look too smooth, resulting in loss of detail, or there's unexpected graphical artifacts which cause distraction to the user. It is free to use on the PlayStation 2, so if you want to try it out for your PlayStation needs, go right ahead. What do you folks think of this feature? Would you use it for your PlayStation needs? Tell me in the comments, and I will see you soon. When I made my last video on PPSSPP against real PlayStation 2 hardware, the video blew up to a level that I never experienced before. Over 130,000 views is pretty unheard of for me, and I just want to say thank you to everyone who showed the episode some love. However, some of you in the comments expressed wanting to use emulation, albeit to replicate the actual PlayStation 2 graphics as closely as possible, and I mentioned to those people that the software rendering mode was worth a look. Pretty much all current emulators have software rendering modes to attempt to accurately recreate the actual graphics from real hardware, but does it actually do the job? To find out, I played a lot of games using software rendering on PPSSPP and my real PlayStation 2 Slim to find out. By the way, since my PlayStation 2 is a PAL model being from the UK and all, the tested games will be the PAL version to make the test as fair as possible. For PPSSPP, I used the software rendering mode using bilinear filtering for scaling and bilinear filtering for PS2 texture mapping. The resolution was automatically set to match the PlayStation 2's original video output. The only thing I changed was the EE cycle rate, increasing it to 180% to see if we can speed up some of the PlayStation 2 games that drop frames in demanding moments. I will also add that if you are having issues with lag or the screen refresh rate, try enabling these modes here. They certainly helped me when I first set up PPSSPP. The real PlayStation 2 Slim was run in pass-through mode for all tested resolutions. This was true for 576i, 480i and 480p. I used my trusty Sony official RGB SCART cable, and for the interlacing I used OBS's YADIF 2x setting. Oh, and the PPSSPP version used for this video was version 2.1.163. Now, let's see the results. We begin with Starsky and Hutch. This game is a childhood favourite of mine, and I figured we could test it out. On the PlayStation 2, the game doesn't look too bad and the colours are decent with good saturation. Video output is reasonably sharp considering the low 576i output, although the frame rate is unsteady and drops frequently. When we switch to PPSSPP, the colours really pop off the screen and have a different hue compared to the PlayStation 2. It is not a bad change, although I do prefer the original hue of the PlayStation 2. One area where emulation helps the game is the EE cycle rate overclock. The game is locked at 50 frames per second and it benefits from the smoother look. I found it more enjoyable to play on the emulator because of this. The PPSSPP emulator also looks slightly sharper, definitely something to do with how the emulator scales the PlayStation 2 graphics compared to the real deal. Valkyrie Profile 2 is next. Everything I said about Starsky and Hutch is true in this game. The PlayStation 2 looks incredible despite running in 576i only for this title, and the graphics are well done. The frame rate is mostly steady and I enjoy trying this game out. Someday I'll go further than just this area. Oh, and before you tell me, I know, the Japanese version has 480p and 1080i support. Sadly, the PAL version I own does not support either. PPSSPP has slightly sharper graphics and more saturation in the colours, but overall, the differences are minor. The effects on the PlayStation 2 seem to be replicated well on PCSX2 using software rendering. Also, this game works much better on the MacBook thanks to version 2.1.163. I experienced no slowdown or glitchy graphics. Not bad. World Rally Championship is next, and this one is very interesting to test. In hardware rendering modes, the drop shadow for the car is always missing, and even today this is still the case. On real PlayStation 2 hardware, the game should look like this. Now let's try software rendering mode. It's pretty accurate to the game and the special effects used on the real PlayStation 2 hardware. PCSX2 looks a little sharper and the hue is different, but again it is nice to see the game looking correct special effects wise in all its glory. As long as you use the software rendering mode, the game fully works on emulation as intended. Need for Speed Most Wanted is one of my favourite racing games and I just had to try it out. It works pretty well on the PlayStation 2, but it suffers from frame rate drops along with fairly common slowdown at times. Not enough to make the game unplayable, but I always wanted to play with a locked consistent frame rate to aid smoothness and gameplay responsiveness. Thanks to the power of the PCSX2 using the EE cycle rate at 180%, the dream is now a reality. Look at the two, the differences are night and day. Runs well too on PCSX2, very impressive considering this was quite a hard game to run for a long time. PCSX2 is slightly sharper in the graphics, being a little bit clearer than the PlayStation 2 footage. Soul Calibur 3 is a game I'm really starting to like playing more than 2 thanks to the better graphics and heavier use of post-processing effects. Just a shame my PAL copy doesn't support 480p, but it does have 480i, so there's that. When I first tried PCSX2 with this game, the graphics just looked wrong. They had a fuzzy look which I knew wasn't correct. I went to the emulator settings and used the anti-blur option and it was much better. However, the graphics looked too sharp and incorrect, so I went back and tried the screen offset option. Finally, the graphics looked correct and now I can compare the two. Once again, the two options are close, but PCSX2 is slightly sharper. The load times on PCSX2 are much quicker and snappier thanks to the overclocked EE cycle rate. Although performance in-game is exactly the same, so there won't be an increase to the hard-capped 60 FPS limit of the game. It's nice to see Soul Calibur 3 working in all its glory in software rendering mode. Now let's try a few 480p games, and first is Black. I love this ultra destructive first person shooter game for the PlayStation 2 and Xbox. It's over the top in the best way possible. The sound, graphics, music and overall enjoyment of the game is undeniable. On the PlayStation 2, the game is sharp and enhanced by the 480p progressive scan mode, although you can see dithering is apparent thanks to the lower colour bit depth of the 480p mode. it's a trade-off for the sharper graphics. PCSX2 looks even better. The graphics are crisper as expected by now, although the dithering is even more apparent as a result. The frame rate is rock solid. It never drops when using 180% on the EE cycle rate setting. What a great accomplishment from the software rendering mode. Resident Evil 4 was one I had to test because its widescreen mode is known for causing a bit of blur to the graphics. It still looks good in my opinion, although as expected, the output is softer than I'd like. PCSX2 is slightly sharper due to the way the emulator scales the graphics, and the load times are better. To me, the difference is, other than the hue, is not too dramatic in software mode against real PlayStation 2 hardware. I guess this is a good thing for accuracy-minded individuals, and it does the job. Soul Calibur 2 is another 480p supported game, and well, this one is soft on PlayStation 2 using 480p. I would usually use the Line 2X mode on my OSSC to help sharpen up the graphics, and I was missing this feature when recording the gameplay. PCSX2 looks much sharper. The two side by side show this clearly, and you would notice this straight away if you played the two systems back to back. Quite surprised how good the game is looking on PCSX2 in software mode. The PAL version of Gran Turismo 4 was tested, and while the PCSX2 footage is sharper, it really isn't dramatic enough to notice when using the software rendering mode. Most importantly, the special effects that were missing in hardware rendering mode managed to show up here, making it look much closer to real PlayStation 2 hardware. And of course it runs well too, just as I expected. Here is Burnout Dominator, and the PAL version allows for 60Hz, so I used that mode. Between the two methods, the PCSX2 emulator is clearly sharper than the PlayStation 2 in this instance, and it always surprises me how even low resolution interlaced games seem to scale better using emulation. Keep in mind, I used bilinear filtering for both the PlayStation 2 graphics and scaling on the emulator. I expected it to be a lot more blurry, so it's quite impressive to see how much sharper it is against real PlayStation 2 hardware. I tested a lot more games for this video, and of course the sound quality, so you can decide which of the two sound better. Get yourself a snack and drink, enjoy the montage, and I will see you at the end.
But be careful, there are many of them. Attack them mosquitoes all at once with the homing laser. Attack the mosquitoes all at once with the homing laser.
3 left tightens, and 4 right. And 3 left. Into 6 left. And 6 right. Don't cut into K long 2 left. Into long 5 right over crest tightens. And long 6 left. Into 5 left on K long 3 right tightens. 70. Long 3 left tightens. And 2 left. And 6 crest 50. 6 left and long 4 right opens, keep out through gate. And 6 left and long 5 right. Into long 3 left. Into 6 right over crest.
6 right into 4 left. 2 right. Head left into 4 right and 6 left. Crest. 2 right and long 3 right. 2 left, careful the junction. 2 left. Rouge again and 3 left. Fox 2, Fox 2. Missile hit. Locked on. Fox 2. Shack on the target. Fox 2, Fox 2. Missile hit. Radar lock. Mobius 1, Fox 2. Shack on the target. Radar lock.
You bitch! You aren't worth my time. You bitch! Machine gun. Action! 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 Danger! 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 Action!
Handbrake. Hit the boxes. Left into the tunnel. Overtake. Overtake. Through the gap. Hit the boxes. Through the gap. Hit the boxes. Brake.
Yeah! Abro.
And we're back. It's pretty clear the emulator does a great job replicating the PlayStation 2 graphics more closely when taking advantage of the software rendering mode. The performance is much better optimized these days, making the feature a lot more usable on many different systems in 2024. I can still recall the days when trying to use this rendering mode was too demanding for most people, myself included. We do lose the ability to upscale the graphics past the native PlayStation 2 ones, and the sound quality is still somewhat suspect, but for most people wanting to play their games, software emulation is a good place to start. Be aware that software rendering mode seems a bit more taxing performance wise, so do not expect every game to run at full speed if you choose to use it. As always, this emulator is getting constant updates, so keep checking in every so often as the fixes are often very helpful for getting more games to run correctly. What are your thoughts on this comparison? Would you use the software rendering mode? Tell me in the comments, and I will see you soon. In previous videos, I've compared real PlayStation Portable hardware to the PPSSPP emulator on Windows or Mac platforms. In each episode, I've upscaled the PlayStation Portable graphics in PPSSPP to see how much better the graphics and video output can be, along with potential frame rate performance increases over real hardware. Now, it's 2024, and since my last look at these two platforms was over 2 years ago, I wanted to make an updated version for those interested in the emulator. That means my trusty PlayStation Portable 2000 is ready to do battle once again. For this video, the PSP is using the Sony official component cables for the system, which is then fed into the OSSC at 480p line 2x for a 960p output. I also selected 16:9 aspect ratio for all games. Sadly, PlayStation Portable software is known to display in a small window when outputting in 480p. This meant I had to scale up the footage to be full screen. It's not ideal, but the line 2x mode mitigates some of the drawbacks. As for PPSSPP, well, since I'm using the 2021 MacBook Pro with the M1 Pro chip, an 8x upscale is a must, or simply 4K output in English. Here's all of the other features I used on screen. The one difference this time is I used the Auto Max quality setting for texture filtering. Will this affect the look of the games? I played 30 games for this video. Yes, I do recommend you grab your favourite food and drink for this adventure. On a final note, the version used today was version 1.17.1. Let's begin. Get the turbochargers ready? It's Ridge Racer 2. We start with this great racing game and well, look at it. The game is gorgeous to behold. Yes, the texture work is somewhat suspect sometimes, especially on the vehicles, but come on, this looks fantastic for the platform. A lot of fun too. How does it fare on PPSSPP then? I'll show you. The difference is pretty startling. The biggest difference is the track itself. The appearance is extremely detailed and texture settings have helped out with the massive level of upscaling used. However, I can't say the same for the vehicle. Yes, it is more detailed, but the texture work is muddy looking compared to the track details, sticking out like a sore thumb. Despite the shortcomings, Ridge Racer 2 is a success story for PPSSPP. Here's a Japanese exclusive game called X-Cross Impact. Amazingly, it is a beat-em-up similar in vein to Streets of Rage and Final Fight. Graphically, the mixture of 2D sprites and 3D backgrounds works surprisingly well, and I love the animation on display. The game isn't the deepest experience on PSP, but the simple yet fun gameplay makes this worth a look if you enjoy games in this style. PPSSPP is here now, and the differences are not as dramatic as one would expect. Again, the dithering is gone, the 3D backgrounds are improved, but the 2D sprites don't look dramatically different compared to the PlayStation Portable proper. Sadly, trying to upscale 2D sprite graphics still has drawbacks in 2024. That being said, the game still looks pretty good to my eye despite this lack of an upscale on the sprite graphics. Next up, Wipeout Pulse. I love testing this game because it really made Wipeout a force to be reckoned with. Thanks to the 3D graphics, good frame rate and good controls, this experience shines on the PlayStation Portable. It's a great racing game to play. PPSSPP makes the graphics look even better. Look at the two side by side, the emulator really is taking this experience to the next level. The frame rate seems smoother too. Wipe-Up Pulse is yet another success story thanks to the features the emulator offers. Here's a big one. The second God of War game pushes the PlayStation Portable to the limit. You can tell because not only is the game graphically excellent, it slows down a lot during big battle scenes. I'm also sure there's screen tearing, which did surprise me. I guess it was hard to spot on the small screen instead of blowing it up on an external display. I also can't forget about this analog nub too. I hated it in 2007 and I still hate it now. How about PPSSPP? Well, transformative comes to mind. The visuals have jumped up massively compared to the PlayStation Portable, and of course the frame rate is now a solid 60 frames per second. It's the controls where PPSSPP shines. I'm using my DualSense controller for all the games tested, and just using a proper analog stick along with holding a more comfortable controller makes this game so much more playable to me. I still recommend you play this game even on PSP, but if you do try it with these settings on PPSSPP, it's simply incredible. Let's try Flatout head on. This is a port of Flatout Ultimate Destruction, which was an enhanced version of the beloved Flatout 2, one of my favourite racing games ever. I was looking forward to playing this, but the port is too stripped back to be fully enjoyable. The graphics are far too blurry and dark thanks to the simplified lighting model, and the damage model, one of the shining elements of the Flatout series, is also pared back with less detailed deformation of the car models. The soundtrack is not as good either, just disappointing all around. PPSSPP does go a long way in improving the graphics, and a lot of the lower grade visuals are breathed new life thanks to the enhancements on offer. However, during gameplay on Emulation, the music kept skipping to a new song every few seconds. As you can imagine, this became grating very quickly. Hopefully, this can be fixed in the future. Let's try a 2D game, and Guilty Gear XX Accent Core Plus was my first choice. Using the training mode, here's the PSP. And now, here's PPSSPP. The graphics are certainly a bit clearer to my eye, and some of the hard to spot details on PSP are much more discernible when given a big upscale on PPSSPP. The big difference actually were the HUD elements on the two platforms. The texts, picture icons and other HUD graphics see significant upgrades on Emulation. Not bad. Moving on to Soul Calibur Broken Destiny. As you can see, the two platforms look completely different when viewed side by side. The emulator really shines here, and this is without doubt the best I've ever seen this game look. The higher internal resolution boost does reveal some nasty texture work at times, but PPSSPP is absolutely great for making this look a lot better than on PSP. Mind you, even on PlayStation Portable, this title remains playable. Don't skip it. Outrun 2006 is a very good port of the arcade and console classic. Unlike flat-out Head-On, this really does a great job showcasing the PSP's power while remaining completely playable. The frame rate does sit at 30 more often than 60, but it is not the end of the world as the game feels good to play. Naturally, pair this with PPSSPP and, well, the visuals get a massive upgrade. What more do I need to say? Oh, and the frame rate sits at 60 frames per second a lot more often. It's almost flawless. Next up, Star Wars: The Force Unleashed. I have the PlayStation 2 version and the PSP port holds up very well. It looks good, plays well, and has a smattering of features the PlayStation 2 version didn't include. Could this be the best non-high definition version of the game? Anyhow, PPSSPP steps in and improves the game's graphics big time. It's pretty much a night and day difference. The frame rate has seen a doubling of a hard-locked 30 to 60. All around, the PPSSPP improvements are a big win here. The PSP version of Gran Turismo is next. At this point, I think you folks can see the differences between the two platforms. The game looks stunning on the PlayStation Portable, and offering 60 frames per second is proof that the developer knew how to get the best out of the system. PPSSPP improves everything to the point that the game has transformed. As expected, limitations in the texture work can be seen as I drive around the track, but it is still a great way to experience this title. Let's see how Call of Duty Road to Victory fares on both platforms. This first-person shooter game has a big problem: the controls. Simply put, the PSP does not have enough buttons to make this game truly work. The analog nub is horrendous here, and lacking dual analog sticks really hampers gameplay. It is a shame because otherwise the game looks great and sounds solid. A good game was here, but the controls spoil everything, making it very hard to recommend. When I first tried to emulate the game on PPSSPP, the screen had this strange glitchy artifact all across the screen. The game was also running slower than expected. I fixed the slowdown by changing the rendering mode to OpenGL, but I still had the visual artifact on screen. After some fiddling, it turns out the game doesn't work too well at 8x upscaling. When I went down a notch to 7x, the game finally worked. With that sorted, the game does look much better, and the single proper analog stick offered by the DualSense controller made the experience much more playable, albeit with a compromise, since this was not made with an external controller in mind. I don't think this game has aged well, and I find it hard to recommend playing it unless you can somehow get the second analog stick to function somehow. I tested many more games for this video, so refill your drinks, order more food, and sit down for the upcoming montage. Also, listen to the sound quality of the two platforms. Which one is best? I'll see you folks at the end.
ハウンド3、設置確認。周囲に異常なし。
部隊前方に熱源トラックスーパー、およそ250、想定以上の数です。
各隊に伝令、作戦に変更なし、速やかに応戦せよ。グリフォンに敵を近づけるな。監視隊が間もなく到着の予定だ。ハウンド2、合流地点の確保を急いでくれ。
了解。敵対空兵器の破壊を優先します。
You win. Round 2. Fight.
Come a little bit closer.
slow us down now. Let's go.
All units, free to engage. Shoot down all unknown aircraft. All Allied units, do not let those bandits. All crew, disengage.
This is report on our main squad.
Where did the helicopter go?
Let's finish this.
Reinforcements approaching.
Just a little warm-up before the main event.
I'm hit.
Just a little warm-up before the main event.
I've been hit. He's all over me.
Enemy disabled.
You think I can't dodge that?
Target hit.
Don't let those Goombas crap your style.
I told you guys to lay off the cannolis. For one cool cucumber for a cop. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Revenge is a dish best served cold. I'll send you a postcard from Hawaii.
Leone's plane is about to take off. You've got 2 minutes to get him there. Put the pedal to the metal.
Call this the
ドロー手札から永続魔法よ。私に力を貸してモンスターを攻撃表示で召喚よ。行くわよ。モンスターを攻撃表示で召喚。モンスター効果発動。
私を守って。グリボン。カードをセット。ターンエンド。
よーし、やってやるぞ。俺のターン。ドロー。いくぞ。リフォーマービデオ。
It appears there's a guard in front of you. Use the thickets to conceal yourself. Go ahead and hide in the closer thicket on the left. See, there is an enemy in your path. It is too dangerous to charge on straight ahead. You could use the shadows by the wall on the left to sneak around behind him.
There's no doubt about it. This is the most thorough testing for PPSSPP against real PlayStation Portable hardware that I've ever done. With 30 games tested, I really wanted to show a good variety of games to see how well PPSSPP has come along. Using the Auto Max texture settings in my experience was the best choice for getting the games to look their best despite the extreme upscale used. PPSSPP does indeed offer a slew of advantages over real hardware. From graphics, frame rate boosts and improved controls from your favourite device along with great optimizations for the platform, this is the go-to way of experiencing PlayStation Portable games in 2024. That doesn't mean you should abandon the PlayStation Portable though. This plucky handheld is still incredible in its own right, and if you watch my other videos about it, you'll see why I still recommend buying one to this day. What do you folks think of this video? Would you use PPSSPP for yourself? What settings do you use? Tell me in the comments, and I will see you soon. Getting retro games to look good on HDMI displays has been quite the challenge. Thanks to good upscalers and emulation kicking on nicely, we can now achieve this goal successfully. Whether you like the look of the games on these displays or not is up to you, but many people who just want to play retro consoles on modern displays now need an upscaler of some kind since most displays will not have analog connections anymore. One cheap option is this, the Atlona S-Video to HDMI upscaler. This can take both composite and S-Video and upscale the output image to 1080p. It even claims to have motion adaptive deinterlacing, all yours for £30. The OSSC is a device I've owned since 2020 and it cost me £140. I love the quality this has provided me and I always look forward to using it when I play my retro games. I want to compare the two upscalers and see if paying 4 times the money for the OSSC is actually worth it. To find out, I used the PlayStation 2 Slim as my test console to see how well the two upscalers fare against each other. The Atlona is outputting every game tested at 1080p resolution, whereas the OSSC is using pass-through for the interlaced games and the Line 2X mode for 480p supported titles. The OSSC will use the Sony official RGB SCART cable and the Atlona will use the Sony official S-Video cable. Let's do this. We start with the underrated Ridge Racer 5. Racing games are good games to test when using upscalers. Not only do we want a good picture, ideally a stable one, especially when you support motion adaptive deinterlacing. The Atlona looks decent enough at first glance, but the picture is somewhat darker than I'm used to, and details can get smeared with quick changes of the wheel. For £30, this is not the worst picture I've ever seen. As for the OSSC, RGB SCART helps the picture quality and we are using pass-through with the interlacing handled by the OBS YADIF 2X setting. Side by side, the OSSC looks better, is sharper, much brighter and handles the interlacing artifacts more tastefully over the Atlona. Watch the intro sequence which utilizes real-time graphics from the PlayStation 2 and see which of the two you think looks best. Now it's Ace Combat, the Balkan War. Here is a simple comparison of the plane flying idly through the air. The two side by side show the difference in brightness, contrast, detail, sharpness and colour information. Yes, RGB SCART does improve image quality on the OSSC, but the Upscaler is a higher end one which does the picture justice for HDMI solutions, whereas the Atlona and its process actually makes S-Video look worse than it should. Goes to show that yes, you may have to pay a bit more, but if you do, the results reflect the quality of the product. How about some Resident Evil? Code Veronica X is a great horror title, and it will see how the upscalers fare with a much darker game. As you can see, the two upscalers handle the game quite differently. Graphically, it is as you'd expect. The OSSC is sharper, more balanced in brightness, and has less interlacing artifacts compared to the Atlona. However, in this still shot comparison, look at the colours. The OSSC is vibrant and colourful, whereas the Atlona is straight up missing colours. Before you ask, I checked all settings and the cable is fine. It's very strange to see this alongside the OSSC. Missing colour information shows you what you could be missing out on when you buy the Atlona. Gran Turismo 3 is next, and this one threw up an interesting surprise. Up until now, both upscalers handled the interlacing well enough, but look closely at the Atlona footage. You can see the image break up at times before kicking the deinterlacing process back into life. Problem is, it kept doing this from time to time, whereas the OSSC using the OBS Yadif 2x setting never dropped once. Not only is the OSSC better looking and cleaner in the picture, it does not drop out the deinterlacing randomly, unlike the Atlona. I'm not sure what causes this to happen, but it is something to think about if you are looking to buy one. Tekken 4 is a game that supports 480p via RGB SCART or component, so I used this on the OSSC with the Line 2X mode enabled. The Atlona has to make do with 480i since S-Video can't do 480p video. As you can see, the OSSC is miles ahead here. Simply put, if you can use 480p and the Line 2X mode, Tekken 4 looks absolutely superb. Honestly, what more do I need to say? Tomb Raider Anniversary is up, and despite supporting 480p, I elected not to use it. It is blurry and not the best use of the resolution I've seen. Both upscalers are using 480i and a 4x3 image, since 16:9 makes the image even more blurry in my testing. With the two side by side, it is pretty clear which one looks best. The OSSC really does well with handling retro resolutions, and unlike the Atlona, it does not upscale to 1080p. Yes, you can increase the line multiplier in interlaced mode up to 4x, but you'll have to deal with Bob deinterlacing, which I did not want to do in this video. I prefer pass-through mode for interlaced content. Right, I will let the rest of the games I tested play out along with the sound output to test the quality of it on the two upscalers. I hope you enjoyed the montage, and I will see you at the end.
right 2, caution over crest into long right 4 opens. 150 right 5. 100 left 2 into right 2 into right 2. 100 left 5 opens. Care over crest. 100 left 3. 100 caution jump maybe into left 3. 100 care dip into left 1 and right 3 over crest. 100 right
I think the results are quite conclusive. The OSSC is the much better upscaler, and it has been wonderful to have owned mine for 4 years now. That being said, I know many people don't have RGB SCART or component cables for the PlayStation 2, and many people do not have £100 or more to spend on an upscaler, especially if they only want it for one console, not multiple ones. This means while the OSSC is not viable for most people, do not fear, there is a solution. Instead, look at the RetroTink 2X line of products, the RetroScaler 2X as an alternative, or the ODV Upscaler if you can't find the other two. The RAD2X line of cables are also worth a look too. None of these, aside from the RetroTink 2X Pro multi-format, support 480p natively. They do well otherwise, and they support most common cables used for retro consoles. You folks let me know, what are your thoughts on the results? Tell me in the comments, and I will see you soon. In December 1994, Sony entered its biggest and riskiest business venture yet, the video game console market. a market that was dominated by Nintendo and SEGA. Other companies had tried to break in with little success. Sony had prior experience publishing video games in the early 90s, and of course we cannot forget the Nintendo PlayStation situation. No one gave Sony a chance for success in this field, but 30 years later, SEGA has bit the dust with manufacturing consoles, and Nintendo, along with Microsoft's Xbox consoles, has risen to the challenge. The PlayStation would go on to cement Sony as one of the top dogs in the industry. To celebrate 30 years of the PlayStation, I wanted to take a look at the games released during the year 1995, the year everyone got a chance to own the console. Looking at the 1994 launch games would make much more sense, but since this has been done to death, 1995 seemed more enticing. Not to mention, seeing what developers were up to outside of the launch window means plenty more games to try out. I did not play every single PlayStation game from 1995, by the way. Perhaps maybe I could look at the rest I missed in the future. For now, let's cover the selected games I tried out in alphabetical order. We have a lot to cover and I'll talk about each game in a brief manner. I suggest you grab a snack and drink for this one. Free by Three Eyes. Being Japanese only and not knowing the source material, I wasn't able to go far in this title. From my brief play, the music was nice and the characters had some personality for sure. If you know the source material or if you can speak or read Japanese, try it.
そうだ、そんなことより君たち、入校終わったら台湾に飛んでくれない？
台湾ですか？
ええ、スティーブンの知り合いから調査依頼が来ててね。なんでもその人が風水師として関わったビルに異変が起きてるそうなの。一昨日スティーブが調査に向かったんだけど、人手が足りないから誰か来てほしいって連絡があったのよね。
Agile Warrior. Ooh, an arcade flight simulator. I love these. Sadly, this game is just mediocre. Shooting targets is not as easy as I'd like, the graphics are so-so, and it's too easy to get confused with where to go despite having a map available. I did chuckle at the game's cheesy cutscenes though. The army gentleman guarding the base, well, he's awesome. Special mention has to go to the individual giving out my orders. Decent music rounds out an otherwise forgettable title. Air Combat. It's another arcade flight simulator game, also known as Ace Combat in Japan. As flight sims go, this is so far the best of 1995. Great driving music, good mission design, easy to pick up and play gameplay, and decent graphics make this one a winner. Take precaution with turning because the plane's handling is stiff and turning around is a nightmare. It just takes forever. It's old, but still worth a play or two.
Fire! Shoot it down! Take off! Stay with him! Jesus! Tag one! Enemy target located! On our left! On our left! Trophy on our six! Fire! Shoot it down! Stay with him! Enemy locked on target! Fire! Bingo! Woohoo! Enemy locked on us! Missile approaching! Dive! Dive!
Aquanaut's Holiday. This is, well, a game? All I did was abandon the base and take in the underwater views, losing myself as time went on. I even saw many species of fish on my travels. I even said hello to one. Well, when I say hello... Games of this type will always be polarizing to those who try it because only certain people can truly appreciate the craft in question. If you want to relax, perhaps this is what you need to play. I hope you're ready for an experience of a lifetime. Battle Arena Toshinden. Once heralded as incredible, this past-it 3D fighting game has shown its age and it is not good. The combat is janky as is the animation and the game is just slow. The soundtrack is pretty good and I did have a soft spot for the characters. I mean, there's some likability here. While the game did help to show what 3D fighting games can do, this title did little to redeem itself when future fighting games appeared. What a shame. Beyond the Beyond. This RPG saw release in 1995 in Japan and managed to have an American port in 1996. No, this game did not see a European release. I didn't really play much since I can't understand the story and I wasn't in the mood to fiddle around with an RPG in Japanese. It looks okay enough, the reviews for it were mixed though. Play with caution, and of course for the English speakers out there, myself included, the American version is the way to go. Boxer's Road. A boxing simulation game? I did not expect this. Also, this gentleman just looks, well, early 3D-itis caught up to him. The simulation side of the game seems certainly deep enough, if I could read it. The fighting part? Oh, are you serious? Bad controls, creepy playing graphics to feast upon, and the worst and most bizarre camera angles I've ever seen. They did playtest the game, no? I understand this is meant to be more simulation and realistic, but this is ridiculous. Amazingly, the game got a sequel on the PlayStation Portable in 2006. Carnage Heart. This was originally released in 1995 in Japan and took until 1997 to see a Western port. I'm using the American version, otherwise I'd be stuck. This strategy game sees you making a robot army to capture points of interest and battle other armies to gain control of the land around you. Unlike most games of its type, once you battle, you have no control over the outcome, making each encounter a risk versus reward affair. The game is hard to grasp and understand, making it one you'll need to spend a lot of time with to fully appreciate. If this sounds up your alley, well, give it a play. Classic Road. It's a horse riding simulator. I cannot tell you how difficult it was to get a race going. I had to fumble my way through this menu with no way to know what anything did. Amazingly, I emerged victorious! I finally got a race to begin. It wasn't exactly worth the pain I endured, but at least you now know the game exists. Great! Cosmic Race. Is this the worst game released during the early PlayStation years? It very well could be. I've never played a game so broken, so awkward, so confusing and mishandled. I'm almost certain the developers were doing this on purpose. There's no way anyone working for the company was satisfied with this creation, yet here it is. Apparently, the graphics were taken straight from the PlayStation's SDK development kit. Just why? Easily a contender for one of the worst games ever made. Criticon. It's a 3D fighting game which is purely awful from the get-go. Criticon goes one step further than Battle Arena Toshinden at being dreadful in every area imaginable. This game doesn't work. The artificial intelligence is way too unforgiving, the controls are unworkable, the music is strange in a bad way, the graphics are meh, and animations look laughable at best. I couldn't even get past stage 1. Collision detection also left the game's code, as you can see. It's hard to believe the developers behind this wreck would go on to make the fantastic Fear Effect games.
Tell me when you're ready.
Cyber Sled.
This arcade port does well in the conversion to the PlayStation. It plays pretty well and looks the part. Sounds compelling too. However, this game will punish you if you even dare to blink at the wrong time. I couldn't stop myself playing, and as I got used to the game, my skills slowly improved. I just wished I didn't have to start over from the beginning after every loss. This was a fun game to play, and I still recommend it even after all these years. Cyberspeed. Want to race in the most bizarre circumstances? This is the game for you. You race on a rail or zip wire, and you have to overtake your opponents using power-ups, weapons, and actual skill. The last one I had none of, as you can see. I think there is a decent game here, but the mechanics are tough on you from the get-go. I have to say, the soundtrack is awesome, and I will definitely put the songs on my mobile phone. If you can tame the mechanics, you might like this. Everyone else, it's probably not for you.
Four laps to go. Great corner. Laps to go.
Cyber War. This interactive movie game is a sequel to The Lawnmower Man. Yes, both the game and the movie. Who would have thought? First impressions were not positive. The FMV cutscenes are moving at what, 7 frames per second? I did cheer somewhat when I saw Pierce Brosnan's face at the title screen. I love the guy. Playing the game, however, was just boring and so slow. I've never seen a death scene be dragged out so long. I wasn't thrilled and promptly turned the game off after one brief attempt. Dragon Ball Z Ultimate Battle 22. This is the Japanese version from 1995. I had the PAL version of this in 2002 and let's just say it was a letdown of epic proportions. Even now it hurts, actually. It baits you because the opening FMV intro looks and sounds incredible. You then see the roster and think, ooh, lots of fighters, lots of variety. Then you play and well, everything falls apart. Graphics are a poor mismatch of bad 2D sprites and 3D backdrops, the fighting is stiff and awkward, and special moves are tough to execute. Considering Dragon Ball Z is known for the fast and often epic clashes between good and evil, this slow, plodding excuse for a fighting engine doesn't cut it. I did notice some extras that were ultimately cut from my PAL copy and the music is actually good. Too bad none of these elements save the game. It is still disappointing. Destruction Derby. Want to smash cars for fun? Here's the game for you. Although video games have advanced when it comes to car destruction, you cannot beat an old-fashioned crash and smash. Destruction Derby isn't perfect. The car can get stuck easily on the circuit races, turning sharp corners can be frustrating, and trying to rack up enough points is tricky since spins get you more points than full-on crashing into someone. Still, it is not a bad game. Decently fun.
Watch those barriers, they'll only slow you down.
We have two shoot-'em-up games on one disc. This is a cutesy game and it looks amazing, even today. It is clear the 2D based games aged much better than the 3D games seen so far. I really enjoy a good shoot-'em-up and well, I enjoyed playing this twin pack. Music, graphics, gameplay, personality and fun factor all score high marks for me. Definitely play it if you somehow haven't. Doom. The daddy of first-person shooters makes a splash on the PlayStation. Although a port of the personal computer game, the PlayStation version makes drastic changes, mainly the soundtrack used and some of the graphical effects. You can also get Doom 2 and Ultimate Doom on the disc. Although simple, Doom is still a fun experience on the PlayStation, and the extra content makes it a fine addition. The frame rate is mostly steady, although drops will happen, thankfully not to a significant degree. Doom is a classic for a reason, and this port was handled with care. Exector. It was made by Arc System Works, known for making the fantastic Guilty Gear games. I was excited to try this game. It's a top-down shooting game and, well, I hated it. The game gives you no chance to survive. I never got past the first area, the enemies just ended my existence in no time. It doesn't help that the controls are stiff and my weapons are shockingly weak, leaving me unable to defend myself. Now I know what bitter disappointment feels like. It's not nice. Valkata. This is a strategy game, and sadly, being Japanese only, I simply could not go far or fully utilise the game's mechanics to win. I did like the combat scenes, they looked funny, although I was caught off guard when these guys didn't finish each other off. If you can read or speak Japanese, this seems to be a good time. Here's another Japanese exclusive title. This was released and or developed by Capcom of all people. The game is a visual novel type game, and simply put, I was watching it all the way. I never interacted with the game once. I'm sure there would have been some interaction had I played for a bit longer. I did enjoy the strange animation and wacky antics taking place. If only I could understand what was going on. It's a common issue when a Westerner like myself cannot speak or read Japanese. Oh well, shame on me.
幽霊縛りアプリ系、幽霊を闇の世界へ連れ戻しなさい。ひろしくん、000の0000は霊界の封印を解く番号だったのよ。おかげで悪霊団が大勢この世にやってきて大変なの。花子、急ぐんだわさ。学校で待ってるわ。花子さん。
ひろし君は学校へと走った。
Magic Beast Warriors. Oh, we have a good one here. This is a 2D fighting game and well, it's incredible. Featuring cheesy cutscenes, awesome music and a substandard fighting engine, the title is one of those that you cannot take seriously. You'll want to play to see more of the madness, wondering if it could get any weirder. No, as a game, the mechanics are not good, but as pure entertainment, it delivers in spades. Sometimes a bad game can be fun to play, in certain circumstances. In the West, this is better known as Power Instinct. The series is a 2D fighting game franchise which is best known for the Neo Geo platform. This PlayStation title definitely captures the Neo Geo look as expected. I must say, the game was a lot more fun than I expected. The controls are sharp, very natural to use, and each attack has a nice weight to it. Although there is slowdown during gameplay, it didn't affect my enjoyment. The music was also fun to listen to as well. Definitely a pleasant surprise. Gunner's Heaven. It was known as Rapid Reload in Europe. I know, this is Gunstar Heroes for the PlayStation. It is fun to play, although as expected, it is hard to master. The gameplay is solid and well made. I enjoy the 2D graphics and the controls are easy to grasp. I found myself being overconfident and taking unnecessary damage. I really like the music, especially in the title screen. It's just so epic and full of driving beats. This is underrated and deserves more love. Hermie Hopperhead Scrap Panic. This 2D platformer has you controlling a young kid who falls through a trash can. The game is pretty decent to play and I do enjoy these eggs following me around. If you think this 3D platformer looks up your street, try it. Humor Hunter Lime Special Collection Volume 1. This adventure game has you watching a lot of anime cutscenes in between interacting with the environment in order to move on to the next screen. While I understood nothing, I actually found myself wanting to keep watching. The animation of the characters and their reactions had me captivated. I could tell something important was happening, but what was it? I guess I'll never know. If this gets a translation to English, both voice and or text, I'd play it again for sure.
ようやく自分の店を開店したはいいんですが、店の中で変なことが起きて。
変なことって？
誰もいないはずのキッチンから声が聞こえて、肩を叩かれた。
幽霊ですか？
それでウェイトレスの女の子たちは怖がってみんなやめてしまったんです。それで仕方なく私が。
だからってあの格好はないと思うが。
むしろお客が来なくなりそうよね。
Hyper Formation Soccer. Time to play football, aka soccer, and in 3D. The soundtrack to this game is by far the best aspect about it. I adore it, and listening to it in the menu was a lot of fun. The actual game is janky, difficult to make successful passes to other players, and feels off when making moves. A good football game in my opinion needs flow and a feeling of control in order to get confidence on the pitch. Other than the fantastic soundtrack, this game is quite disappointing to be honest. In the Hunt, a 2D side-scrolling shooter that was ported from the arcade. This definitely looks a lot like Metal Slug graphically, except in a submarine. This port has seen some upgrades to the PlayStation platform, including remixed music. There's a lot of slowdown however, and the action can get choppy. Despite this problem, and despite the game not being as good as Metal Slug, the game is a lot of fun. Put up with the challenge and you'll see why this is fun. J-League Winning 11, the first of Konami's long-running football franchise, and you know what? I had freaking fun! It was not perfect, but it functions how a good football game should. The controls are nicely weighted, everything works as expected, and the music adds to the action. As I grew in confidence, my scoring appetite came to the forefront. I won in the end by 6 goals in my first attempt at playing the game. This is football done right. I could have done without the creepy faces though. Gosh, watching the players line up is more creepy than your average horror movie. Jumping Flash. 3D platformers did struggle when they first arrived because there was no effective playbook to figure out the best design to strive towards. This resulted in many different attempts, and Jumping Flash is a unique take. Playing as a robot rabbit, you can jump very high to reach platforms, and you can attack to defend yourself, along with jumping on enemies' heads sometimes. Everything has been well thought out, and this in turn allows you to enjoy the charm and gameplay without too much hassle. Nice soundtrack too. The same developer would go on to make a sequel to this and develop the often overlooked Ghost in the Shell. Jupiter Strike, a 3D rail shooter which reminded me of the fantastic Panzer Dragoon games on the SEGA Saturn. However, this game is not even close to those games. The control is stiff, the camera doesn't allow you to see enemies properly, and the flow is poor. The soundtrack is just there and fails to get me ready for the action. This could have been a hidden gem. Alas, the experience wasn't meant to be good. Here's another horse simulator title. Sadly, despite trying for 15 minutes, I couldn't get a race to start. Why must these games be so complicated when in a language I cannot understand? Oh well, I'm not missing much here. If you can read or speak Japanese, maybe this is the greatest title of all time. Kalik, the DNA Impenetrative. Here's one of many Doom clones released for the PlayStation. Kalik has you moving a small mech around the levels, finding keycards to access more doors to progress the level. It can get a bit boring roaming these corridors, and the sound effects are way too loud. Plus the gameplay lacks depth. I simply walk up to enemies and shoot. Fantastic! I did enjoy the soundtrack, mind you. I love the catchy samples, and the metallic beats work well to increase the desolate feeling. Otherwise, if you'd like to try this game, I'd edge on the side of caution, and please come prepared.
Message received.
Captain, I found an unconscious researcher. I don't like the looks of this. Something is going on here and it's not good.
Repair parts secured. Repair parts secured.
Epidemic, or Kalik 2 as known in Japan. Let's look at the sequel, which saw a Japanese release in 1995. It's pretty much more of the same. It looks a little better and the controls are somewhat improved, but if you felt the first game was slow and boring, I don't think this sequel will change your mind. It's not a bad game per se, it's just too simple and samey to stand out from other worthy first-person shooters on PlayStation. There was one more game in the series, although the Kalik name wasn't used anymore and the game itself was a little bit different than you'd expect.
GA160A Stationary cannon, equipped with Zax weaponry.
King of Bowling. I love bowling in real life, and this bowling sim is actually quite fun. Once I fumbled my way into getting a game started, I found everything to be reasonably well made and solid. Yes, the graphics look very dated and cheap, but the game gets it right with the controls, ease of play, and a nice soundtrack during your bowling sessions. I actually say this comes recommended. Not bad. A pinball game made by the company that gave you Thunder Force? Yes. Saying that out loud still seems weird. Using 2D visuals, the game looks nice and worthy of the Technosoft name. I do enjoy a spin of pinball every now and again, and although I did have some cheap fun, I didn't find the game all that engaging after a while. I had a lot of trouble trying to aim exactly where I wanted. That being said, if this looks up your street, give it a shot, I guess. Metal Jacket. This first-person shooter mech game has you fighting other robots in a fight to the finish. Believe it or not, this game saw considerable hype during its heyday. Sadly, the game is awkward to control, looks very rough for the time, and worst of all, is far too difficult. The opponents easily kill me, while me trying to end them never seems to happen. I can see why this got a negative reception. It just doesn't work as well as you'd want it to. Mortal Kombat 2. This classic arcade game made it to the PlayStation. I thought it would be near enough arcade perfect. Yet some voices are missing, which took me by surprise. Some animation is also missing, although that's the least of its problems. The biggest is the difficulty. Wow, I knew older Mortal Kombat games were brutal, but this is ridiculous. Even on the easiest mode, I died, and died again. I might have to return one day. I really want to get past stage 1 at least.
Round 2. Fight. Finish him.
Star Wars: Dark Forces. I love the name of this title. Star Wars: Dark Forces. I know I'm 11, sorry. Moving on, this is yet another Doom clone. However, the level design is much more interesting than most first-person shooter games, and it does not hold your hand. You have to figure everything out, and although you have a map, trying to use it is a different story. I like the soundtrack despite not being in CD quality, and the graphics are so-so. They remind me of Outlaws, a later game made by LucasArts on the personal computer. If you're serious about trying this game, try the remastered version on personal computer. Tekken. Namco's 3D classic fighting game franchise started here, and this was a port of the arcade game of the same name. This PlayStation version has a new arranged soundtrack, and you can unlock more characters as you play. I have a certain amount of respect for this title. It was my first Tekken game and I received it in 2000. For 1995 standards, this was one of the best fighting games ever made. Today, it is little more than a relic of its time. It's just the sequels managed to do so much more with the gameplay and improve it tenfold. Even though it's dated, it's still worth a play if you're curious. Total Eclipse Turbo. Ah yes, I actually owned this on the 3DO. I did enjoy playing the game there, and the soundtrack was to die for. I expected this PlayStation port to be better, but it just isn't. It's a step back in every way. The graphics don't look all that better, the controller's worse and much more twitchy, the game looks sped up as opposed to running at a smoother frame rate, and the music is in mono. Put simply, if you want to experience this title, the 3DO original is the best way to do it. This port does the game no favours. Warhawk. This flight sim is pretty interesting. You can roam around freely within the battle area, beating bosses and defeating enemies who stand in your way. I remember seeing this clip of the game a long time ago. It sold me on how awesome the experience could be. I found the controls a bit tough to truly get the hang of, although this was released before the DualShock or dual analog controllers existed. Once I got used to the game, I actually looked forward to blowing up my foes. It helped with a great soundtrack and punchy sound design. It might be worth a look if you're curious. Wipeout. The classic first truck racing series started here. What a start too. For 1995 standards, the game looks good, plays decently, and has good track variety. Admittedly, the game's learning curve is steep, and you'll have to master the air brakes while using the weapons and power-ups to help you win. Luckily, the soundtrack is still utterly brilliant even after all these years. Most of the music was composed by Cold Storage. He did an excellent job making the experience even more worthwhile. Although not the best Wipeout game anymore, I say play it once if you haven't already. Wizard of Darkness. Here's the last game for today's video. It's based on the 1995 film of the same name. We have another adventure game where you watch cutscenes, or in this case, still images of, I guess, things happening. Of course, being Japanese, I understood nothing. I wish English translation patches existed for games like this. At least you guys now know that this game and the 1995 movie exist. Wow, that was a lot of games. Over 40 if I counted right, all of them from 1995. I have to say, trying out the titles was a lot of fun. Yes, many of them have aged badly or just awful, but there's a certain charm about them all that would have anyone excited to play the console in its early years. The variety on offer was incredible, and I wish this was still the case in 2024 and beyond. If you were lucky enough to own a PlayStation in 1995, consider yourself extremely lucky and fortunate. You folks let me know, what are your thoughts on the games featured? Should I look into the games I missed for the year 1995? Tell me in the comments, and happy 30th anniversary to the Sony PlayStation. The PlayStation is over 30 years old now, and many people have fond memories of the games and playing them on old CRT displays. There's a lot to appreciate with the PlayStation. I still love using mine in 2024. Those who are new to the system or haven't used it in some time are noticing the texture warping on 3D games. It is not a secret, this graphical flaw has always been on full display, and it is a signature look of the platform. It is caused by a myriad of reasons, including the lack of a Z buffer, only relying on low quality vertexes, and a lack of perspective correction on the hardware can cause all of this. Using emulation, we can attempt to sort out the problem. I've shown Duckstation using perspective correction features before, but do they still work well when using native resolution? To find out, I played 15 games using software rendering and the Vulkan API to see if the PGXP settings work just as well at the native resolution versus, say, a 4K upscale. Let's begin. Let's start with Wipeout 3. This is a great racing game with great graphics and, as you can see, a 16:9 widescreen presentation. Look a little closer though and ooh yes, the walls are not straight, as I expected. Graphical flaws in the 3D environments on the PlayStation are commonplace and many games exhibit this problem. Personally, it doesn't bother me. However, can we fix or reduce the effect? Let's head into the Duckstation settings, turn on all the PGXP settings aside from the depth buffer, and look at that. It might not be apparent from first glance, but the textures are pretty much straightened out. The side-by-side really shows the difference. Honestly, I was very impressed with the feature. It actually works. Question is, will it work in other games? How about Ridge Racer Type 4? The game has a vast amount of texture wobble. In fact, at times the textures seem to jump as I race past them at full speed. The roofs in the tunnels look strange too. The floor is not even trying to hide. Enabling the PGXP settings once again makes a huge difference. Look how smooth the textures are. No weird jumping, no odd shapes, and the textures themselves are straightened out for good measure. Now you can focus on the extreme arcade action without odd distractions. How about Driver 2? I had to use the overclock function as I wanted a mostly smooth 30 frames per second for this game. It works so much better as a result. Anyway, the graphics. As you can see, buildings shake and move about in odd ways. The road is always updating oddly, as you can see here. PGXP corrects everything I just mentioned. I really was impressed with how well the function sorts out the texture wobble. It's even better when you realise the whole procedure to switch the feature on or off is so easy. Honestly, I recommend using the feature to improve the graphics of Driver 2. Resident Evil 2 is next, and this time the textures show another issue. As you can see on the character models, textures often clip through one another and limbs don't often join up well. This is where the depth buffer setting comes in. When we enable it and all of the other elements to PGXP, wow, look at this! The limbs are better joined up, the clipping is reduced massively, and we have more refined character models. I tell you, PGXP is amazing. Now it's Dead or Alive. Dead or Alive also requires the depth buffer, and as you can see in this side by side using the practice mode, PGXP makes most of the clipping disappear. I also noticed details that kept disappearing wouldn't do this when PGXP was enabled. I do enjoy seeing very clean character models fight each other, knowing it's still using the PlayStation's graphics. The final game I'll check out in depth is The Italian Job. It has a similar graphical style to Driver 2 and of course has the same graphical flaws as a result. The Italian Job benefits greatly from the PGXP enhancements. As you can see, the graphics are more stable now and most textures update in a much more convincing manner. I played a few more games for this episode. Allow me to show you the results via a montage and I will see you at the end. Duckstation's PGXP settings definitely work even at native PlayStation resolution. The flaws with the PlayStation's texture wobble are endless, and for those who wish to reduce or remove it, Duckstation has your back covered. I guess now there's a debate to be had. Is it worth changing a characteristic of the PlayStation's graphics to improve the experience? Purists will argue, much like dithering, the texture flaws are part of the charm and why the PlayStation is so memorable. Ultimately, this is up to you to decide, and as long as you are happy with the game and how it looks and runs, that's the most important thing. What do you folks think of Duckstation's PGXP settings? Tell me in the comments, and I will see you soon. Retro gaming has really blown up in the past 10 years or so. Many people want to rediscover their love for consoles they used back in their childhood days or from years gone by. Sadly, in 2024, many people are realizing the games don't look so hot on a modern display, or even worse, their displays have no analog connections at all. As a result, if you haven't used a retro system for a while, which cable should you use to get the best out of a chosen platform? In today's video, we will be looking at the PlayStation and the 3 common analog cables used to display video. We have Composite, S-Video and RGB SCART. Testing a few games out, we can see how the cables fare against each other. The OSSC will output the RGB SCART cable, while the Retroscaler 2X will output S-Video and Composite. All upscalers use the 2X mode for the two 88p games, since all were power copies, and 576i games were all tested in pass-through mode with OBS using the YADIF 2X setting for deinterlacing the picture. Let's go! Driver 2 is first. This is a Grand Theft Auto clone before Grand Theft Auto went truly 3D, and although not perfect, I still enjoy this one, especially on emulation. What you see right now is composite video, and it looks pretty poor. While it would look decent on a CRT display, on HDMI displays the picture is very blurry and a bit hard to see. Details are smeared and some video noise can be seen. Most people accept this as the standard retro look for the games, but you can do better. Here is S-Video, and already there's a big improvement. The picture quality has gone up, and most liken this phenomenon to seeing a veil lifted off the graphics. You may notice the dithering is much more clear to see, which not many people seem to enjoy, but I would rather have this over a blurry picture any day. RGB SCART is even sharper and very nice to use on high quality displays. If it looks a bit too sharp, you can always dial in the settings on your display. The color output and overall picture quality sees another jump up, making this the ideal choice for gaming on HDMI displays. Silent Hill is next, and I tested this one because it has a unique look with the graphics due to the heavy use of fog and dithering. Composite is first, and strangely, even though the cable is known for blurring or blending the dithering effect, here I could still see it. As usual, we have a blurry picture with picture noise thrown in for good measure. On a CRT display the game would look fine, but on HDMI, Composite is not the best fit for this setup. S-Video really pops in comparison. Look at the two side by side. S-Video does a great job improving the graphics. It's much clearer to look at, and although the dithering is easier to see now, overall this is a big step forward in making the game decent to look at in 2024. RGB SCART is very sharp, more so than I anticipated. With all three compared, RGB is far ahead. It's a shock how much clearer it is compared to S-Video. The color output is slightly different too, although the OSSC Upscaler is better than the Retroscaler 2X at color output. Even so, the difference is rather telling. WWF SmackDown is awesome and I wanted to try it for the comparison. Using the video introduction of the wrestlers, you can see the difference is quite large between the three cables, with Composite faring the worst. Gameplay also shows Composite falling behind thanks to more video noise on the text boxes and the expected blur on the graphics. S-Video or RGB SCART is recommended if you plan to play on a HDMI display. On a CRT, Composite would get the job done if you want a cheap way to play retro games. Tokyo World Touring Cars is one of my favourite PlayStation games, and this has widescreen support. All three cables can use the feature, and as you can see, the RGB SCART cable pulls away once again in the video output department, although S-Video is a good happy medium. It's a huge improvement over Composite for sure, and is cheaper to find than RGB SCART. Let's try a high-res game, and Tekken 3 fits the bill. I'm using 576i in pass-through mode, and with the three on show, S-Video and RGB SCART are quite closely matched. Both are a significant improvement over Composite, but without upscaling, the two superior options look very similar. RGB of course is sharper, but interlaced games don't always look better with sharpened graphics. Let's see if Time Crisis shows a difference. Yes, it does. Composite by now shows off its worst tendencies. Blurry graphics, noisy video, and a bit hard to see, although still usable on a CRT. S-Video is a good improvement on Composite, and the game looks the part. I definitely suggest those of you wanting better video output to look into S-Video, as it is cheaper than RGB SCART. If you do go for RGB, the graphics are much clearer and easier to see on modern displays. Amazing how much of a jump RGB provides compared to S-Video, which is no slouch in its own right. I tested a few more games using the three common cables for video output. Enjoy the montage, and I will see you at the end. As you can see, the PlayStation really benefited with S-Video or RGB SCART when it comes to getting the best out of the video output. I completely understand that many people looking for pure nostalgia will go with a CRT setup with Composite, and that's fine. The thing is, many people do not have a CRT anymore, and for those who want to play retro consoles on a modern display, I suggest getting a decent upscaler and opting for at least S-Video to get a nice experience in 2024 and beyond. If your budget allows for RGB SCART cables or even component, getting a custom one from Retro Gaming Cables in the United Kingdom is a good place to start. I love RGB and it provides the best quality on a technical level for the PlayStation, but your preferences and setups will dictate otherwise. What do you folks think of this video? Tell me in the comments, and I hope you all have a happy new year for 2025.